Learn about that. Not too long. So I can put the road nowhere.
Hopefully I don't screw out.
Good evening. I'm calling the August 18th, 2026 meeting of the Amherst County Board of Supervisors to order. The time is 7:01. Board, the first thing is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we, if I can find it here, that we amend the agenda to allow Mr. Andrew Porter from Intentional Harvest to present to us after the citizen comment before a public hearing. And the reason I make that motion, Mr. Chairman, is he has some information that I think will be really relevant to one of our public hearings, and I think that the board will benefit from hearing what he has to say. I also think that members of the audience will benefit from what he has to say. So I respectfully make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Board, there, Ms. Tucker, is it Porter or Potter?
It is Potter, as in
Potter.
Harry Potter.
I got you.
That's how I remember it.
Okay, Board, there is a motion by Ms. Tucker to move the intelligent harvest discussion prior to the public hearings. Is there any discussion on that or comment? All right, all those in favor of moving that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Adams All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Okay, we're moving on to the invocation led by Ms. Tucker and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Adams.
Please rise, remove your hat if you have one. Thank you. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you today. We ask for your wisdom. We ask for your patience. We ask for your guidance. Please bless the members of this board. Let them make the decisions that are in the best interest of this community. Dear Lord, we also ask that you bless the citizens that give time out of their day to come here and speak about things that they are passionate about. Please bless our public safety folks. Please bless our sheriff and our deputies. Please bless our teachers as they enter into a new school year. And we always ask that you keep in mind our military, our veterans, and the people that put their lives on the line so that we may enjoy these freedoms. And in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Direct your attention to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we get into the citizen comment, I want to read something to those in attendance from our Rules of Procedure. It's Section 3.4, and it concerns citizen comment, and it's paragraph B. Comment shall be addressed directly to the chair and shall be limited in time to 3 minutes. Strict enforcement of this time limit is in the sound discretion of the chair. We will be observing the 3-minute time limit. Comments may address the performance, conduct, and qualifications of public figures. However, comments shall not employ language which insults or demeans any person or which, when directed at a public official or employee, is not related to his or her official duties. There shall be no comment during citizen comment on a matter for which a public hearing is scheduled during the same meeting or on a matter that has already been the subject of a previous public hearing where no final vote has been taken. Now, what does that mean? That means if you are here and you wish to speak on the 2 special exceptions, the ordinance for the vape shops or the ordinance for data centers, your time to speak is not during citizen comment. Your time to speak will be during the public hearings, okay? So that's when your time to speak will be on the public hearing items, is during the public hearing, not in the citizen comment period that we're getting ready to have. If you want to talk about anything else other than what's on those public hearings, we're more than willing to listen to you. So I know some of you have signed up. I know that some of you that have signed up are here to talk about the public hearing items. So when I call your name, you can just raise your hand and say, I understand, I'm going to speak during the public hearings. If not, if you're here to talk about something else, please feel free to come forward, but your time to speak about those is during the public hearing, okay? So the first person on the list is Tim Beverly. Are you here to talk about something other than the public hearings?
Just the items that's on the public hearing.
Then it'll be, your time will be later. Sam Patel, Barry Lundgren, Zane. About Winton, come forward, please. Thank you. You'd state your name and district again.
Barry Lundgren, District 1. All right. I want to talk about the Winton Golf Course, about how the county plans to give away for free the 70 acres we still own. I could not read the online site plan of Winton, so I went to the courthouse and looked at the original. I also pulled up the deed. Now, for years, I've been told that this property was worth $2.4 million. Reading the deed, I was amazed that it was appraised at $5.1 million. So Amherst sold a $5.1 million property for $800,000. That's about 15 cents on the dollar by my math. Bad deal, but at least we retained 70 acres for a fairground. Oh, and by the way, the county dropped Winton's taxes over 50%. But that's the past. Now is the present. Amherst is about to give away the 70 acres for free. The county says we don't need the fairground, that we borrow land from Sweetbriar for the fairground. That attitude is incredibly short-sighted. The Sweetbriar land might not always be available. Where's the foresight? The county also says the fairground has a significant hazard dam. That sounds dangerous. It is a mid-tier rating from the Department of Conservation. Amherst already maintains 3 high-hazard dams. The dam inspection report from 2021 states that no existing or potential safety deficiencies are recognized. That was done by Hurt and Profit. Dam doesn't sound so dangerous to me now. They say we can't use it because it is a golf green. That's true, but for how long? Winton is slated for development. The county is removing the conservation easement from 235 acres that once protected it from development. The entire site can now be developed. The county already proposed building a municipal water system there 8 years ago. It was sold to a developer for a reason. And when he does his job, Amherst will have a new park. We're not asking for money. We already own it. Amherst is in a fiscal bind right now. Our taxes were raised 49% 3 months ago. To give millions to a millionaire is a slap to the taxpayers of Amherst County. It's just not right. I'm just asking that the board to please show leadership and foresight, preserve the fairgrounds for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lundgren. I'm going to ask you to please hold your applause. We're going to hold the applause so we can get through the meeting, okay? Rebecca Lettingham.
Can I speak to values?
Values, please.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Lettingham. I'm in the 5th District, and I appreciate you all taking the time to hear citizen comments. You may have heard me talk before about my personal values for water quality and water supply. I also have historical values here, considering our James River heritage with the Bateau Festival. Some of the folks in this room actually experienced, I've been on it for 12 years, and this is the lowest our river has ever been. So it was mentally and physically taxing time, but I still find so much value in this natural resource. I have made Amherst County my home by choice. When I was young, I lost my home. I lost my family. I was placed in foster care. I have recovered. The river has been part of my recovery, so much that I survived a terrible marriage and chose to stay in Amherst County and buy property from my ex-husband with my life savings on the river, and I have not regretted it ever since. So fortunately, out of that marriage, we have a son who was raised in Amherst County Public Schools. He just got engaged this past year, and he and his fiance are planning to buy a house in Amherst County and raise a family. I'm on the downhill slope. I'm over 50. I'm concerned about what this future will hold. My son's heritage goes back to Thomas Jefferson on his father's side, and I'm from the Lee heritage, so we've been in Virginia since the 1700s. And I just thank you in advance for upholding our values for our people. I'm sure I'm not the only one in here who's got some generational heritage and local ownership, and to think about who this county belongs to and who's going to be here and what that looks like for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lynn Cable. Lynn Cable.
Yeah, I want to speak about the Harris's exception.
Well, we'll wait for the public hearing. Thank you. Ned Cable. Same thing. Thank you, sir. Greg White. Thank you, sir. Jeff Porter. Public hearing, or then we'll get to you. Tracy Charles.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so not something on the public hearing agenda? Correct. Okay, come forward, please. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Porter, 478 Woody's Lake Road, Madison Heights, District 5. I have emailed each of you and still am unclear. Is what you are voting on tonight the recommendations of planning and zoning? or are these changes that have been made other than what planning and zoning recommended to you as the Board of Supervisors? I'm unclear about what that is. The second question that I have is, who has been paying for the clearing of the land that is in question? And the third comment is, on about the 31st of July, there was a phone survey done by Xylem Insight. It's a marketing research and public opinion, and they were polling concerning gambling and AI data centers.
Mr. Porter, are you speaking about the data centers?
Well, what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand why such a company would be doing a marketing research here in this county for both of those projects, and both of those projects are projects that are going to be under your purview. So I'm just wondering why that's happening. That's all the comment that I have.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tracy Charles. Public hearing. Karen Nixon. Thank you. Richard Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, Board, my name is Richard Tim Jordan, District 5, Madison Heights. I am an employee of Amherst County. I am a library trustee. I'm reading from a script. I request that this script be put into the record, please. So you're going to hear several thank yous tonight. I'm here to talk about the Madison Heights Library and a letter that crossed your desk last week, my letter. Recently, a new emergency exit sidewalk was installed at the Madison Heights Library. This sidewalk was funded by the Friends of the Library. Thank you to the Friends of the Madison Heights Library. However, there is a problem, a big problem. An angle iron border was installed around the perimeter of the sidewalk. This angle iron border is a trip hazard. This angle iron border is a trip hazard on the sidewalk just a few steps from the library office door. I identified this angle iron border as a trip hazard and in writing and with photographs. I identified this to the library director and library trustees. There was a discussion, but nothing happened. No action was taken. Days passed. So on August 4th, I emailed and sent a hard copy of this ultimatum to the library director and the board of trustees. The library director sent a copy of this ultimatum to Jeremy. Jeremy sent it to you. Thank you, library director, for sending this to Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy, for sending this to the board. Intent. The library director intended this ultimatum to Jeremy to document that I was not a team player. The library director sent this as a bitter criticism of me. But we all know sometimes the most bitter criticisms are actually great compliments. In what was intended to be a documented criticism of me, what the library director actually did was show you there are unguarded trip hazards, one being right outside the office door. So Frank Campbell went to the library and took a look. Frank Campbell wrote, "The angle iron, though installed with good intents, creates more problems than solutions." Amen. Thank you, Frank Campbell. Now, one more thank you. My term expires as library trustee next July. So I want to thank you in advance for your vote and your support on my reappointment next July. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Teresa Almond.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. George, I'm probably going to get this wrong. Yes, sir. Okay, that's everyone on that. So we will move into our public hearing. The first item is special exception 2026-349 Harris. Mr. Creasy. Mr. Creasy? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. We voted to have the presentation of Intelligent Harvest first, so Mr. Andrew Potter, if you'd come forward.
I've got 10 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to start the clock as soon as we are ready to rock and roll.
We'll have your clock right here, brother.
Okay, all right. Well, it'll help me to see it too. All right. How's everybody doing?
Great.
Big room. I want you to know it gives us hope.
Mr. Potter,
Yes,
you need to address the board
oh,
into the microphone so it can be
I understand.
heard. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Can y'all tell this is all a little new to me? My name is Andrew Potter. I am the CEO and founder of Intelligent Harvest. What I want to talk to you tonight is about what our project is. We are not pro-data center. We are not anti-data center. We are, if there is going to be a data center, it had better be done responsibly. That is what Intelligent Harvest is about. You guys are used to hearing this. You should want this data center. Believe me, you should want it. It's great for the revenue. It's great for the taxes. And while a lot of that is true, for a lot of people in this room behind me, sorry, you got to stare at my backside, guys, that's not quite enough. And so what we are saying is you're right to have questions. You are right to wonder about the water use. You're right to wonder about the noise. You're right to wonder about the land, the power bills, and the fact that it's a heat island. In fact, a question is exactly what started Intelligent Harvest last year. My son, who many of you met, yes, he is taller than me, we were traveling on the road because he asked if he could take his gap year with me. He's about to head over to Blacksburg, and he said, you know, Dad, you've done a lot of traveling because of your marketing firm and because of what you do in opera. Could I be on the road with you for a year? I kind of felt like I won the dad lottery because I don't know whose 19-year-old kid wants to live bottled up with their dad for 12 months out of 12 months. But one of the questions that he had to say was, you know, Dad, you use a ton of data at your marketing firm there in Lynchburg. How do you justify that with how much I know you love people? And if any of you have kids, you know that when your kids ask you a tough question, if you're a good parent, you better go find an answer. and that's exactly what we did. So we began doing some research, and quite simply, here's our thesis. A server is a heater that happens to compute. Anybody who's held a laptop on their lap for any length of time doing their work, they know that that laptop puts out heat. What we're saying is that heat can be put to good use. We build community greenhouses co-located. They are completely separate from the data center loop by a metal heat exchanger. So no, there's no contaminated food. This is because we're dealing with an absolute metal barrier. The only thing that crosses is the heat. Here's our team. Some of you have met Rob Wheeler. Some of you know Rob Wheeler. Rob Wheeler is a nonprofit specialist. He runs Mission Clarity in Lynchburg, Virginia. He also handles Intelligent Farms because we are run as a public benefit corporation. We are not produce for profit. We want to build a greenhouse that feeds the community, not makes money on the community. There's plenty of that going around, and that's not what we're about. Dr. Curtis Breville, some of you have a questionnaire in your hand. Dr. Curtis Breville is kind of the king of liquid cooling right now. He is being used to train liquid-cooled facilities all around the world. Ed Lorenz and his team of geothermal engineers are out of Winnipeg, Canada. They are working right now on the Obama Center's thermal. They are working right now on the IKEA headquarters facility. This is not a backyard band. These guys have built some of the biggest and best. Jim Finney, his father, Dr. Claude J. Finney, was used by the USDA to write filtration, irrigation, and fertigation mandates. He is the man who handles the filtration of our water. You'll find out in a minute that we drink our own water. We don't draw on town water. Dallas Rush is my directional drilling man. He is there in Tennessee. He's one of the most energy-forward people I've ever met in my entire life. And he's all about trenchless drilling. Sits on 2 energy boards, holds 4 global patents. And then you guys might recognize Mr. Cole Candler. Cole and I go way back. I've been doing marketing for him for 20 years at my marketing firm. And I said, Cole, can you build a water tank that'll hold on to some hot water long enough in the event that servers go down? And he said, heck yeah, I can. So that's our bench. Here's how we hang on to the heat long term. And when I say long term, I mean bank the heat for the winter cold and bank the winter cold for the summer heat. What we do is we'll go in and leave some hydronic loops. The heat exchanger takes the heat, pumps it into those loops to be held, and then come January, when everybody is out of produce, that heat comes right back out and is able to grow produce for the town. So that's a bit of a rudimentary example. I would love to talk to you guys more, but I've got 10 minutes, so I'm gonna keep going. Here's a look at what one greenhouse here in Amherst could produce. 695,000 pounds of produce per year. I was literally just talking with one of the growers that are gonna be joining our team from 80 Acres Farms yesterday, and he was telling me about the farm in Hamilton, there in Ohio. And the farm there in Hamilton was putting out 45 million pounds of produce. So there's quite a lot of food that can be put out. That's 2,200 people's daily fruits and vegetable serving, and that's if you eat all 5. And for me, I typically am not real good at that, but if you were to, that's 2,200 people every single day of the year, even in February. The roof of our greenhouse would catch 1.98 million gallons of water and use it for self-irrigation. So we don't have to draw on the James, we don't have to draw on town water. Ongoing jobs, roughly three people per acre. So you're looking at 10 to 21 ongoing jobs as opposed to the jobs that disappear when the data center comes into town. And then 700 tons of carbon avoided every single year. And one of the things I want to note here is you see daggers on every single one of those numbers. That's because we don't have a site to spec. That is literally based off of engineering numbers, off of a conceived 1 gigawatt center that your 500 acres cleared could hold. If anybody, by the way, from a data center comes around and tries to tell you numbers that they know for sure, question it. Other towns are putting this to work for them. Let me show you this, and then I'm going to be finished up here. It's happening around the world. In Hokkaido, Japan, server heat raises eels for the community. Eels, fish, and prawn, mushrooms and veggies have now been added. This is a tiny mountain town that's literally using snow to cool its servers. It's absolutely amazing, and that's a look at their farms. This is happening in Sweden, literally a greenhouse that grows several things for several business entities around it. So you see there chilies for a local sauce maker next door, ginger, shisho, mint for a hotel, and then basil for a pizzeria that's just around the block. So that's happening in Sweden. One of the first of this idea happened with a company called Equinix, and that is in Paris, France. The greenhouse that you're looking at there is literally on the roof of a data center. So, you know, when you talk about co-location, that's about as co-located as you can get. And they are growing amazing food there. This is probably my favorite. This is Norway. 22 million fish dinners a year out of their trout farm. And notice, again, no zombie fish. So one of the things I want to reiterate, we do not use any pollution from the data center. The heat is the only thing that crosses. If your house runs on gas and you take a warm shower in the morning, you bank on the fact that you are not showering in gas, and that is why. So what we do is we set up a heat exchanger that is nothing in the world but a glorified hot water heater for our greenhouse. We're not asking you to approve anything tonight. This is something that, you know, a lot of people wonder, are we for or against? I'm neither. I just want the town to know what's available. I want the town to know that there is a better way to do this, and you should be asking those questions. You have the questionnaire. I dare you to read it. There are a lot of things that we push back on, that you should as well. Now you know what's possible. Published meters, food on the kitchen table, and a neighbor you can call by name. Literally, I live in Lynchburg. Rob Wheeler lives in Lynchburg. Don't accept anything less from anyone, including us. We are Intelligent Harvest. Powers the cloud, feeds the town.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Board, any questions for Mr. Potter? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will move on to public hearings. The first item is special exception 2026-349 Harris. Mr. Creasy.
Chairman, Board, it's good to see you all tonight. This is a request for approval of a special exception permit to allow the establishment of a photography venue and special events venue, including but not limited to weddings, outdoor movies, and farmers markets. The proposal would include approximately 81,000 square feet for parking, which could accommodate approximately 500 spaces. Access road proposed to be widened for two-way traffic, 2 sites to conduct weddings, future greenhouse, multiple fields used for rotational grazing, photography, farmers market, walkthrough for haunted woods, and 2 pit privy locations. This request is for 1607 North Amherst Highway and is identified as 2 tax map numbers. There's 2 parcels here. If you look at the map, so here's lot 26B, and if I can get the internet to work properly, this should be 26A. So these are both owned by the same people, which are your petitioners, James and Crystal Harris. The future land use map designates this area as agricultural limited. The comprehensive plan states that this designation is intended to preserve ag land, maintain rural character, and support compatible rural economic activities. Staff finds that the proposed special exception is generally consistent with our agricultural limited future land use designation and the goals of the Amherst County Comprehensive Plan by promoting continued ag use of the property while supporting agritourism, local economic development, and preservation of local character. While certain event-related activities represent a higher intensity of use than traditional ag, those impacts appear capable of being mitigated through appropriate conditions of approval and site plan requirements, allowing the proposal to remain compatible with the comprehensive plan's long-term vision for agriculture limited designation. With that, there are a few goals that are relevant policy guidelines that can be found within the staff report. Staff has not intended to go over these. But moving on to the parcel and the land use analysis, as mentioned, this is zoned A1, agriculture residential. That district is intended to preserve ag lands, protect rural character, and discourage scattered commercial development in our rural areas. However, the ordinance allows certain recreation or tourism uses through the special exception process when appropriate safeguards are applied. Although the proposed activities introduce a commercial component, the ordinance recognizes that certain recreational tourism and public entertainment uses may be appropriate within the agricultural residential district when their impacts can be mitigated through site-specific conditions. The proposed development, as mentioned, includes a photography venue and special events venue. In addition to the proposal, the property owners intend to use the property as a working farm. For the surrounding area, it remains overwhelmingly agricultural in character and continues to function primarily as an agricultural landscape with scattered residential development. The surrounding area is characterized by ag land, vacant wooded parcels, and low-density residential. To the north, you have open pasture and Tusculum subdivision. To the south is US Route 29, and to the east is the Tusculum subdivision, and west is a wooded tree line. All parcels adjoining the property are zoned A1, and the adjoining parcels are either property used for farming or single-family dwellings. Approximately 2,000 feet south of the proposed entrance is the Amherst Corner Restaurant and the intersection of Patrick Henry Highway, or Route 151, and US Route 29. The parcels within this general area are zoned B2 General Commercial with various business ventures such as 2 gas stations, an auction house, and farm winery. With that, I'll take your attention to the map so you can get a bearing on kind of what I just said. So to the north, of course, we have the open pasture and ag land. To the east, we have Tusculum. So here's Tusculum Lake. Of course, this is a subdivision with quite a few single-family dwellings. This is accessed by Fletcher's Level, which is off of 151. If we go southwest down 29, here's the Amherst Corner store that staff just spoke about. With a few ag uses, there's a gas station here. If you remember, there was an auction house maybe about a year or so ago that was brought before you. This is located on this parcel right here. And with that, I'll bring up our zoning layer so you have a better understanding of the surrounding zoning. So as you can see, this intersection, we have some commercial zone property. And then if we go back to the subject parcel here, everything adjoining it and across the street of US 29 is zoned agricultural. So here we have the site plan, and I'll just mention one. The subject property is approximately 50 acres and includes already several existing natural and built features, including fenced-in, open pasture, wooded areas, and a 40 by 60 barn. You can see that here with these dashed lines. Here are the fenced-in areas, and there's the existing barn. If you are accessing the staff report, if you scroll down on the site plan, because I will say this is very animated, which we might start requiring for county special exceptions. But if you scroll down, you can have a key to indicate what is being proposed and where. Generally, everything's going to be proposed in the center of the parcel. That's where you're going to have your farmer's market, a proposed greenhouse, which would support the farm as well as the farmer's market, the outdoor movies. Of course, parking would be towards the front of the parcel. And then you have the 2 wedding locations mentioned, and then some pit privy locations that are here. The applicant does intend to maneuver the animals around from the different fields for pastures and to ensure those areas properly grow. And the photography events areas would be on a case-by-case basis, and you would have to, of course, register a time for that. This was sent to VDOT for review of the existing entrance down here. VDOT did review this, and they provided the following comments. One, they are in agreement with the applicant to upgrade the entrance to handle 2-way traffic, so just widening that main access point into the site. The second is the entrance needs to be constructed to provide a minimum 18 width and a radius of 25 feet to accommodate the 2-way traffic. VDOT has determined that intersection site distance will not be an issue, and the entrance will need to be paved to the right-of-way line, and a 10-foot shoulder width will need to be upheld. Unlike many agritourism venues that come before you, they're typically accessed by our secondary roads. The subject property fronts directly on US Route 29, a principal highway capable of accommodating higher traffic volumes. This was also sent to our public safety officials, in which the county fire marshal met the petitioner on site, and he came back that there should be no issues accessing the areas. And if you'll notice these red lines that can be found within the site plan, those would be your fire access, and we have a condition relating to those. Moving on to the potential impacts, as mentioned, the surrounding area remains agricultural and rural residential. The proposed farm visits, farmers market, greenhouse, and ag activities appear generally compatible with the surrounding ag landscape. However, there are several proposed activities introduced, commercial events characteristics that can create concerns, including weddings up to 500 attendees, live music and DJs, haunted woods with amplified sound, outdoor movies utilizing public address systems, and evening activities extending until midnight. The nearest residential properties are located within that Tusculum subdivision to the north and east. Because of their proximity, noise, lighting, and traffic are primary considerations when you all should evaluate the compatibility. The applicant does propose several operational limitations intended to reduce impacts, including weddings primarily on the weekends, music ending at 10 p.m., haunted woods limited to Saturdays in October, outdoor movies ending by 10 p.m., and appointment-only farm visits. These can be found within the recommended conditions as well. These voluntary limitations improve the compatibility with the surrounding area and are appropriate conditions for approval if you chose to do so. Moving on to your item summary that lists the recommended motion from Planning Commission. They recommended approval of this request 6-0 to you all as a Board of Supervisors with an added condition, which is number 10. And that condition reads, all weddings receptions shall be located near the existing barn as depicted on the submitted conceptual plan dated June 24th, 2026. So I'll flip back so we got an idea of where this is at. So here it is on the site plan, the 40 by 60 barn. On an aerial map, you'll see it's located in this area. The commission's intention for this is the weddings are definitely more closer to the subdivision of Tusculum. And, you know, they wanted to allow the weddings to be there as that's the nicest part of the view of the property. However, if receptions are intended to take place on the property, they wanted to ensure compatibility with the surrounding area and to ensure it does not negatively affect the surrounding community too much. So that's why they added that second condition, or that number 10 condition, to ensure receptions are done at the barn. The rest of the recommended conditions go into times and hours of operation for the different uses, attendance not exceeding 500 people, indicating that they must receive approval from VDOT on the upgrades to their entrance. Events exceeding 250 people shall have adequate traffic management personnel in place. They must meet all VDH requirements as it relates to pit privies or porta potties. Any outdoor lighting will have to be directed downward to minimize impacts on adjacent properties, and all applicable fire marshal requirements shall be satisfied, and that pretty much intends that fire lanes, access roads, and emergency entrances, as shown on the plan, shall remain unobstructed during all events. There are a few other boilerplate conditions added that can be found within that item summary, and at this time, do you have any questions for staff?
Board.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Mr.
Kim.
Creasy, under your conditions, number 2, there's farmer's market twice a month from June to September, and then you have items 2, 3, 4. Are they also going to be June through September?
No, sir. So farmers markets, June to September, farm visits, and I clarify, I apologize, that's for the photography visits. Outdoor movies are once a month and only on Saturdays. The Haunted Woods is only on Saturdays during October from 6 to 9, and weddings and similar events, all amplified music shall cease by 10 p.m. So there's no caveat on the time for the weddings and similar events. That one is just a time period. But the Haunted Woods and the Farmers Market and outdoor movies are limited to specific days and times.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Okay, is anyone here representing the petition? I got you. Does the petitioner wish to speak to the board?
Good evening. Thank you guys for hearing us out tonight. So we bought this farm last year, 30 acres. We had the previous 10, then we purchased it 30 and then an additional 20. And it's a beautiful place. You know, we've got some Angus cattle on there, some sheep, donkeys. We even have some Highland cows that add some aesthetics to the place. And, you know, from years of experience and from, you know, being in the county, and we live in Nelson County, we know where a lot of weddings are held outside, and it's becoming a very popular event to have weddings on a farm and outside. So when we saw our farm as beautiful as it was after it was cleaned up and we started working it, we decided that we wanted to start holding weddings and events there as well, to kind of bring some people back to the northern part of Amherst County. We're just across the line from Nelson County, so hopefully we can get some activity going in that area for families and for weddings and birthday parties and so forth and those needs. So we know a lot of people take advantage of photo sessions. Everyone loves the Highland cows, which we have invested in. No one can deny the cuteness of a child beside a Highland cow. So we decided we wanted to offer that to families in the area as well. So we basically just wanted families and residents of Amherst and Nelson County and surrounding areas to enjoy the farm as we have and will continue to do in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone present that would like to speak in favor of the petition? If you'd come forward and state your name and district, please.
I'm Ned Cable. I live right here. We share a creek with the Harrises. Before Mr. Harris bought the Moomaw property, we had their son Clifford cut our hay, and Mr. Harris is now cutting our hay. Proved to be a good neighbor. I've seen the farmer's market, and I think it's a great idea to have something like that nearby. It's right near the Rebec. I mean, you know, it's a nice part of town. You got the Rebec Winery, and there's lots of things going on. So I think they're nice folks, and I think they ought to be allowed to do this. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else? Ms. Cable, if you'd state your name and district.
Lynn Cable, 156 Patrick Henry Highway in District 1. As my husband said, we met with the Harrises. They asked us to come and speak in favor of their project, and we're fine with it. We don't have a problem with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else that'd like to speak in favor? Yes, sir, if you state your name and district.
Mr. Chairman, my name is George Cheap. I'm a resident of Nelson County. I'm here to speak in favor of Jay and Crystal Harris's application. I have known them for decades. I've known Mr. Harris since we were kids. I have been a customer of theirs at their commercial automobile shop in Livingston since they opened in 2008. I have done work for them. I've done contracted work for them on their business. I've also rented commercial space from them for my business over the years. And I speak in favor of this because not only does it fit the area and it's a great idea, but they have an impeccable reputation for everything that they've done with every property that they have purchased, of being good neighbors to the people that surround them and providing amenities and services to people in their localities. So I think it is a fantastic idea, and I hope you all will support it.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Speaking in favor? Yes, sir. Come forward and state your name and district.
Michael Dawson, District 1. I live next door to the farm. I think it's a great opportunity to bring events and things to do for Amherst. The farmer's market's a great idea. I don't know about everybody else. I'm tired of going to the store, buying vegetables, and having them rot in a day. So getting farm fresh vegetables would be great. As far as the noise that a lot of people are concerned about, like I said, it's not a couple hundred yards from the barn. It's very little noise makes it through the trees or up the hill. And like I said, I think this would be a great opportunity for Amherst.
Thank you, sir. Speaking in favor, if you'd state your name and district, please.
Harley Tisver, Monroe. This is what I'm talking about. I want this type of businesses here, exactly this. I'm 100% in favor of this. I think it's something else that we can do. It's a place that I would go to. It'd be a place that I would work at. So I've got ideas to go in there as well. So whatever we can do to promote more of what Amherst is about, and this is exactly what Amherst is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking in favor, if you state your name and district.
My name is Alana Bryant. I believe we're District 2. My husband is Barry Bryant. He's on the agricultural committee with y'all. We own the farm, La La Land, that's across the highway, directly across from this property. And we have really appreciated the hard work and improvements that the Harrises have done to improve the land that's visible from 2 miles away. The land itself has greatly benefited from their hard work. And I think with the proposed events that the county can also benefit from their great ideas and hard work, and they're very good people. So we would ask that you please vote yes for the exception.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else speaking in favor? If you'd come forward, please state your name and district.
Hi, my name is Christopher Kokoris. I'm a resident of Nelson County. I know the Harrises decently well. I'm just a transplant to Nelson County about 8 years ago. Came here to move into my wife's family farm. We were right next to the high school on 29. But I think it's advantageous that you guys really look positively upon this proposal because I think our community could use a farmer's market. I think the opportunities for local businesses to benefit from travel, where we have wedding venues and things like that of that nature, bring community events together, get everyone back to enjoying their backyard and doing stuff that's local and not have to drive an hour and a half somewhere to be entertained. I think that would be beneficial to the entire community. And the Harrises, personally, for me, I believe they're great people. They follow through. They have integrity, and they're hardworking, very hardworking. So I think if someone's going to do a project like this, they're the ones to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone else to speak in favor? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the petition? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Board, do you have any comments or?
Mr. Martin, this is in your district, obviously, but I got to tell you, I've heard so many good things about this family and what they're doing, and it's obviously something I'll support.
Yes. Anyone else? It is in my district. I appreciate the work. Where did they go?
Over here.
Hello, neighbor. I appreciate the work that you're doing. I think the conditions outlined will more than adequately take care of any impacts from it. And thank you for investing in Amherst, and hopefully you'll move over here. So with that, I would move approval. There's a motion on the floor with the 10 conditions. There is a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, next up, please. Next up is Special Exception 2026-356 Harper. Mr. Creasy.
Yes, Chairman Board, this is a request for an amendment to a condition associated with special exception number 2017-01, which is part of the staff report and packet, which allowed a kennel that provides boarding and grooming services in the A1 Agricultural Residential District. The proposed amendment would increase the number of dogs that are allowed to be boarded from 20 to 45. The proposal also includes the conversion of an existing structure into a grooming facility and the construction of a kennel and office space. The proposal would also include an increase in the number of dogs as mentioned, a new 16 by 40 square foot building with 13 indoor/outdoor kennels and office space, conversion of an existing 20 by 20 square foot barn into a grooming shop, a new septic tank and drain field, and additional parking. The property is located at 144 Gettys Mountain Road, as you can see before you, and is further identified as tax map number 54-A-18A. The parcel contains approximately 12.4 acres and, as mentioned, is zoned A1 Agricultural Residential. The future land use map designates this area as Ag Limited. Our comprehensive plan states that this designation is intended to preserve our agricultural land, maintain rural character, and support compatible rural economic activities. There are a few relevant policy guidelines regarding to land use that can be found within the staff report, but staff would just move on to the summary unless you all have specific questions. Although the proposal is not specifically agritourism related, it represents the expansion of an existing locally owned rural business that has been operating under an approved special exception permit. The request expands an established use that provides a service to county residents. From an environmental perspective, the proposal would require the installation of a new septic system to serve the expanded kennel and grooming operation, and they've already acknowledged that within their application. The primary comprehensive plan concerns associated with the proposal includes compatibility with surrounding ag and residential properties, with respect to animal noise, wastewater disposal, and buffering. These potential impacts appear capable of being mitigated through appropriate conditions, addressing the maximum number of dogs, hours of operation, vegetative screening, septic approval, and continued compliance with the county noise regulations. The proposal supports the continued operation and expansion of an existing business while utilizing existing developed areas of the property and preserving the ag landscape. As mentioned, it is zoned A1, agricultural residential. Mentioned in your previous case, this district is intended to preserve ag lands, protect rural character, and discourage scattered commercial development in these areas. The request, as mentioned, would increase the number of dogs allowed to be boarded from 20 to 45. The overall expansion remains relatively modest in terms of physical development. The proposed kennel building contains approximately 640 square feet and the conversion of an existing 20 by 20 square foot barn to a grooming facility. The new kennel building is proposed to be approximately 50 feet, and I say that you'll find within the staff report, there's one application that shows 35 feet. There has been since an amended application and site plan that is part of the staff report, and it appears now that it's approximately close to 50 feet from the property line, and the outdoor kennel fencing would remain approximately 25 feet from the property line behind an existing wooded buffer. With that, I would like to go over why we have an amended application, to go over those details. So as you can see here, here's Getty's Mountain Road. Right here comes off of 29. Here is the proposed site. This is the amended application. So to the left would be Getty's Mountain Road. To the north would be an adjoining property owner. And to the east would be the Ty River, which adjoins the property. So at the Planning Commission meeting, the commissioners received a letter or an email from a citizen that adjoins the property over concerns with the proposal. This was not given to staff. However, after the hearing, staff reached out to the applicant, and the applicant went and spoke to that concerned citizen. Based upon their conversations, they, one, updated their site plan, and they angled the kennel a little more to where they've got a further buffer from that adjoined property, and as well as they have added a condition, a proffered condition, which is number 10, that can be found within your item summary, in which 6-foot fencing and the back fencing line, the property adjoining tax map number 54-A-19 will be solid composite or wood with no gaps. So that's a proffered condition, nothing added by staff. In addition to that, you will also note that there is some asterisks under the recommended conditions found within the item summary, in which staff recommends updating condition number 2 to include the revision date of 8/10/2026, which would go back to the new site plan and the application that is found within your staff report and on the board agenda. With that, we'll go back to the GIS and move on to the surrounding area. The surrounding area does remain rural in character and continues to function primarily as an agricultural landscape with scattered residential development. All adjoining and surrounding parcels are zoned A1 agricultural residential. The surrounding area is characterized primarily by ag land, vacant wooded parcels, and low-density single-family residential uses. To the north is a single-family dwelling, 176 Getty's Mountain Road. To the south is US Route 29. To the east is Nelson County border and the Ty River, which serves as that border. And to the west is Getty Mountain Road and vacant wooded parcels. The subject property is bordered by a mixture of ag, wooded areas, and those single-family dwellings. Existing vegetation and topography provide varying degrees of natural screening between the kennel operation and those uses. The property is part of the flood zone, in which I would say approximately half of the property is found within the flood zone. None of the existing structures nor proposed structures will be found within the floodplain, as that elevation starts around 520 if you click through it on the GIS. The property does include the following existing features in addition to what they're proposing. The applicant's place of residence is located on this property. This is where they live. There is a 55 by 50 garage with cat room and kennels. Another kennel that's 648 square feet, pool, fenced in, and fenced in runs for boarded animals. This was sent to VDOT for review, and VDOT did not indicate any major concerns and stated that they would need to meet the requirements for a low-volume commercial entrance if it does not already exist. This was also sent to our county fire marshal's office, in which they performed a review and indicated that there were no issues with the proposal. Moving on to the impacts, while the physical expansion consists of relatively modest 640 square foot kennel building and the conversion of an existing barn into a grooming facility, the requested increase from 20 to 45 boarded dogs represents a noticeable increase in operational intensity. As a result, potential impacts on nearby residents are primarily associated with increased barking, additional customer trips, increased demand on wastewater, potential visual impacts, and general compatibility with residential properties. However, there are several recommended conditions to help mitigate these, with existing wooding and natural buffering helping out as well. Based upon that, moving on to the Planning Commission's motion, they did recommend approval of special exception to you all 4-2. And based on that, they had a list of 9 conditions, and I will mention again, number 10 is a proffered condition based on the applicant's revised application with the date of 8/10/2026. Number 1 is that we limit the number of dogs to 45 with the request. The second condition is, since they are building a new commercial facility, they will have to submit a site plan. So there's a condition to ensure that they submit a site plan in accordance with that and receive approval from all applicable agencies. The third condition is a single row of evergreen trees shall be planted between the new proposed kennel and runs and parcel ID 54-A-19. The species of trees shall be taken from the recommended list within the county zoning ordinance and planted at a minimum of height of 4 feet with 10 feet spacing. Number 4 is that they shall receive approval from the Virginia Department of Health as well as DEQ if applicable for the septic tank and drain field. That would be handled during the site plan review. Number 5 is regarding the entrance approval from VDOT. 6 is relating to fire marshal concerns. And then the last ones are carryover conditions from the approval in 2017. In which there should be no animal that barks louder for 30 minutes and hours of operation Monday through Sunday, 8 to 8. That does not mean they will stop caring for the dogs during then, just customers cannot come to the property. All of that information can be found within the item summary and staff report. And at this time, do you have any questions for staff?
Forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Creasy, it says that the number of dogs on property cannot exceed 45. Was that their request initially?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Creasy, this has been in existence since 2017, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have we had any complaints or issues with this operation?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir. And staff did check with animal control, and they did indicate this is one of the better ones from their perspective.
Would the petitioner like to address the board? If you'd state your name and district.
Yeah, okay. My name is Jessica Harper. I live in District 1, and I am the owner of Paws and Claws LLC, which is a boarding kennel here in Amherst. If you didn't know, we live in Amherst. We're right on the Ty River, very close to Nelson, but right on Amherst. So thank you for taking the time to see me this evening. I am here in regards to request of expanding our boarding facility, which my family only bought last year, but it has been open for 9 years, like you stated. I want to start by saying how I just love this community. I've met so many wonderful people, mainly that I am in contact at the kennel, but amazing community where I've met a lot of people who become part of my family in such a short period of time. But when my family and I bought the kennel, we really were not planning on coming to you guys to request expansion. But as the months passed, and especially as summer neared, it was very clear that there was a need in the community. We have taken an immense amount of new customers this year, which is great for us, great for our business. But we are turning away people, including our current customers who have been our customers for years. And so we just really want to get ahead of it so we can still accept new clients as well as keep our own. We do run a wait list for most weekends during the summer and major holidays during the winter. And it's always sad when you have to put a new client on a wait list because most likely if they go find another kennel, they might not come back to you next time. With adding the extra kennel, we will keep the same hours, which I know on paper is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. But we are actually closed from 11 to 3 in the afternoon. That's their nap time, and the kennel is relatively quiet unless the mailman pulls in. And with this additional kennel, we will need to hire 2 additional seasonal staff because I do not foresee the kennel filling up all year long for many years, but it will be seasonally and probably as well as during the major holidays during the colder months. And we will hire 1, probably 2 groomers, creating 4 jobs in the community, which I know might not seem like a lot, but in our small business, we currently only have 3 employees, so that's a lot for us. The additional kennel will essentially be a duplicate of our current kennel, not in the structure of how it is, but how it's run. We'll have 2 play yards to keep the dogs exercised, and our client hours are actually 8 to 10 in the morning and 4 to 6 in the evening. So that's when our clients come and go. I've worked at a kennel for years, and moving to Amherst and taking over Paws and Claws has just been a piece of cake, and I feel like I haven't worked at all this year because I love it so much, and I truly do love the animals, and I believe our customers notice and would say it shows. Pets are people's babies, and they need a safe, loving, and trustworthy place to care for their animals while they're away, and I hope you will consider a request to allow us to care for them. Going over what Tyler said with our neighbor, I completely agree with their concerns. If I was them, I would have reached out the same that they did. But when I went up to them, we came up with a compromise plan because turning the kennel, instead of the barking and the outside runs going directly towards their house, it's now going towards the wooded area. And as well as adding the row of trees and having that wooden fence in the back. It's not really for privacy because you can't really see the other house, but it allows us not to have to maintain behind it. So all of that can be more trees and more barriers for them, which they like the idea of, as well as for privacy. And 6 feet tall is just kind of a standard in kennel, so it'll definitely be 6 feet tall. And we were able to compromise. I know that a lot of my other neighbors who are wonderful, emailed zoning. I don't think I had them email you guys, but they were in support, multiple neighbors. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Is there anyone present that would like to speak in favor? Yes, sir. You would state your name and district, please.
My name is Philip White. I'm at 1900 Lowesville. I'm in Claudia's district. My wife and I owned Paws and Claws originally. We sold it to Jessica just a year ago now, and they're doing a great job. We ran into the same thing. It was very disappointing to turn customers away that you've had because you have more business than you can handle. We had no complaints about barking or anything else. We live on the property. My wife would have been the first to complain if the dogs were barking. And so the only time they bark is when you let them out to exercise them, which we do in the morning and in the afternoon and in the evening. But other than that, they're quiet. At night, they get tucked in. They're shut in a kennel. You can't hear them, even if they bark, which they don't. The new proposed building is approximately maybe 200 feet from where they are now. So again, that noise isn't going to travel. It doesn't. We had done a study originally when we got the first exception. The truckers on 29 using the Jake brake coming down the hill are noisier, and you could hear that noise travel more than dogs barking at the kennel 229. So as I said, we've worked within what the guidelines were, and we're very successful. And Jessica and her husband were a blessing. They're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Speaking in favor? If you'd state your name and district, please.
Hello, I'm Crystal Morandi. I don't know my district, but it's 1900 Lowesville Road. Deb and Phil White, the original owners, are my parents. I have always worked at Paws and Claws. I continue to work at Paws and Claws under Jess's leadership, and it's an amazing place to work, honestly. When she says we look at the dogs like they're our babies, we definitely do. We know that they're the owner's babies, and we all own dogs that work there, and the cats as well. We forget to mention them sometimes. They're really quiet. Nobody complains about that. But as far as the care of the dogs, I run into people at the grocery store that have heard of us, that board with us, that have nothing but good things to say. Working there, I have nothing but good things to say. We have a couple of interesting dogs that come that have had some terrible experiences elsewhere, and we've been able to make them comfortable to where they're not having any issues. Yours isn't the only one. And I just think that the community really needs a safe place for their dogs and cats to come and be cared for while you're on vacation. We really enjoy it, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Speaking in favor? Yes, sir. If you state your name and district again, please.
Ed Cable, 156 Patrick Henry. My wife and I are dog lovers and dog owners. And we have great big dogs. So it's not that hard. You know, we have kids who live in LA and New York. You can't just take a big dog along with you on the train. It's tough. You need a place to put them. This is a great place. Moses stayed there several times, and he told me he liked it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Speaking in favor? Yes. Would you state your name and district, please?
Barbara Pryor, District 3. I want to reinforce everything that's been said. I also want to say that last year I left a dog that we had just recently adopted out of Texas, took her to the kennel, and the dog was loved, cleaned, whatever. But what I really liked about it is she has several large lots that she can turn your dog loose, and another dog can be on the other side of a well-secured fence, and they can run up and down next to one another and have lots of fun. So it's a good place and good people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking in favor? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Board, do you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a comment. I've known Deborah and Phil White when they owned Paws and Claws, and I cannot say enough good things about that organization. I've now known new owners ever since they bought it. They are wonderful as well. I had the problem dog that was referenced, and my dog was red carded everywhere in this area, and so I couldn't board her anywhere. And I took her to Paws and Claws when Phil and Deb had it, and she settled down like nobody's business. It's the only place that dog stays, and my family is so thankful that they're here. They're also active in the community. They're active in the Humane Society. And board members, I just can't say enough good things about them.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Anyone else? I have received several emails, and where did they go? In support of the facility, echoing everything that we've heard here tonight. So with that, I would like to recommend approval of the special exception with the new date of 8/10/26 and number 2, and then also accepting the condition suggested by the applicant about the fence, number 10. Is there any discussion on that? All right, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Congratulations. Mr. Creasy, the next item is ordinance 2026-5, vape shops and medical cannabis.
Yes, Chairman, Board, this ordinance is the same as your first read. Just as a recap, and staff can go into specifics if you have them. However, I'll just give you a general overview of what this ordinance does. It, one, defines recreational substance retailers, which I will refer to as vape shops, and medical cannabis dispensing facilities, and classify them as a special exception in our village, general commercial, mixed-use traditional neighborhood, and our residential mixed-use district. The proposed ordinance also provides specific requirements and recreational substance retailers and medical cannabis dispensing facilities shall meet, which include the following, but aren't just limited to: separation from other uses, operational standards, and site design. Just a little bit of feedback of how we got here. I believe it was springtime of this year. You all, as a board, asked the county attorney to look into how we could potentially look into regulating these uses. Mr. Povich came back and said through zoning is the best way for any new shops. We put in an ordinance to make them go through the public hearing process as well as meet special provisions. The commission concurred on that, and they directed staff to draft the ordinance that is seen before you today. And that has not changed since your first read earlier this month. At this time, do you have any questions regarding the proposed ordinance?
Board. Thank you, Mr. Creasy. Is there anyone present that would like to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance? Is there anyone present that would like to speak in opposition to the proposed ordinance? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is closed. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I had originally brought this to the board after hearing some parents and their concerns and talking to the sheriff about what can be done. And so thank you, Mr. Creasy, for your work and the Planning Commission's work on this. I've got a problem with any type of business that comes to our community and preys on kids. And I'm using that word, I'm not backing up from that word praise. P-R-E-Y-S, not A-Y-S. We have an obligation to protect our kids. If you're a grown-up and you want to go to one of these establishments and you want to buy their product, I don't care. However, I do care if you go and you buy their products and they're adulterated. You're not buying what you think you're buying, and you're buying something that is, quite frankly, poisonous. I got a problem with that. So I appreciate, again, everybody working on this. I'd like to hear from our sheriff how he feels about the ordinance, if there's any changes he would make.
Mr. Ayers, Sheriff Ayers, I apologize.
Thank you, Board, Mr. Chairman and Board. Obviously, there's been discussion over the last months about this. I support it 100%. Our children are our future, and it's up to us to take care of them. And we were seeing some pretty significant problems coming out to some of our shops here in the county. Actually got brought to us because a young lady from Appomattox County just about lost her life because of some product that she purchased here in that county, and that's one of the main reasons it was brought to our attention. And thank you all for your efforts, and Tyler, your efforts in putting this together to preserve our children, which is our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone that'd like to make a motion?
I'll move forward that, Mr. Chair. So I'll make a motion to approve 2026-5 as written.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Adams. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting the ordinance as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll vote aye. Ordinance passes. Okay. Moving on to ordinance 2026-6, data owners. Mr. Creasy.
Yes, Chairman, Board. There's a few things within your packet that staff would mention. At the previous read, I mentioned staff is able to go over the ordinance entirely, answer specific questions before you open your public hearing, and things of that nature. So I'll leave that up to you all as a board, how you'd like staff to proceed. But just as, so you all are aware what can be found within your packet, one, there is a summary of the ordinance in which staff has pretty much given a simple summary of the different areas that can be found within the ordinance as well as what they would require. There is the ordinance itself that the Planning Commission recommended to you all. And then the last document, oh, we're all the way at the bottom, is pretty much how this started and how the commission got to the point that they did. So it goes over the different meetings that they had, the different types of material that was provided to the Planning Commission, as well as the different drafts that the Planning Commission went through. So all that can be found within the packet for you all. And with that, I'll leave it up to you all as a board for how you would like staff to proceed with the presentation.
Board, is there any questions from Mr. Creasy? Okay. We're going to open the public hearing, and then I'm sure we'll have questions.
Yes, sir.
So, is there anyone present that would like to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance? Yes, sir. If you come forward, state your name and district, please.
My name is Jeff Porter, 478 Woody's Lake Road, Madison Heights, Virginia, District 5. I speak in favor of this ordinance just because I think that we need to have something in place so that if a data center does come, we have something that we can deal with them upfront about how they should conduct business and how they should build their facility. I'm still confused about what's in the document and what's not. But I do think something needs to be passed. So I'm speaking in favor of passing something this evening. Personally, I would urge the board just to vote no to data centers to coming into Amherst County. I think that I think data centers are all-consuming of electricity and water. I think that once they are here, there's no way to get rid of them, even though there is contingent in the ordinance for a way to do that. But these data centers will have military information, and because they will have military information, it can become an issue of national security. And if it's a national security issue, then local control is completely taken out, and that's what my concern is. So I would much rather just not have data centers in this area. I do not see any reason why all this data needs to be collected. I'm concerned about personal freedom. I'm concerned about surveillance, and I'm concerned about the impact that data centers can and do have on communities. It's been documented. So personally, I would urge you not to have data centers. I'm grateful for the presentation that was given this evening. That was helpful to see how science can look at a data center and possibly bring something good out of it. Personally, I don't see any place for a data center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am, in the back. And if your name was on that list, this is your time now, so you just raise your hand and I'll call on. If you'd state your name and
Yes.
district.
Tracy Charles, and in Monroe, District 3. And my point of view is basically the previous gentleman's. So what I'm going to say is what I hate about data centers. I'm here to ask for a ban on new data centers in Amherst County. Virginia has more active and planned data centers than any other state. Our data centers are used by all 50 states. 70% of the world's daily internet traffic flows through Virginia data centers. Do we really need more data centers here? Right now, data centers in Virginia are using 2 billion gallons of water a year, 6,200 acres of land, 21,000 proposed acres, and enough electricity to power 80% of the homes in our state. What we get in exchange is clear-cut forests and a big gray building about the size of a Sam's Club that sits on 50 to 500 acres of land, makes a lot of noise, and provides only 30 to 50 permanent jobs. Data centers may be inevitable, but they don't all have to be built in Virginia. We should consider slowing down or even stopping their construction until they can be run more efficiently, using less of our water and electricity. They shouldn't be allowed to drain our aquifers and contribute to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance? Yes, ma'am. If you'd come forward, state your name and district.
I'm Teresa Allman. I'm in District 3. Recently, I had an opportunity to attend a mastermind in Shenandoah Valley at Polyface Farm. Joel Salatin, the owner of the farm, is the key leader in the MAHA movement, and he's helping RFK with all that. Leaders from around the world flew in to attend this mastermind. And Joel's talk on Saturday was how to scale your business without selling your soul. I thought this could be applied to our county business as well. Amherst stands at a critical crossroads. The pressure to grow, to attract new capital, to expand our tax base is real. But as we look toward the future, we must ask ourselves a fundamental question. What does it profit our county if we lose the very identity and natural heritage that makes this place our home? Our goal should not just be growth. Our goal must be responsible growth. We have a unique opportunity to lead by example, proving that we can expand our economic footprint without minimizing our environmental one. We do not have to choose between economic stagnation and environmental destruction. Scaling our business community sustainably requires us to shift our metrics from growth at all costs to development with a purpose. We must be fiercely selective about the industries we invite into our home. We should avoid resource-heavy industries that exploit our land and leave minimal local value behind. Instead, we must actively recruit and incentivize businesses that prioritize renewable energy, minimize waste, and invest heavily in the local workforce. Let us challenge the outdated assumption that environmental stewardship kills jobs. The global economy is shifting rapidly towards sustainability. By positioning our county as a leader in green infrastructure, low-impact development, and ecological responsibility, we will attract the next generation of forward-thinking businesses and talented workers who demand a high quality of life. We can scale our economy, increase our prosperity, and secure our financial future, but let us do it with the wisdom. Let us build a county where businesses thrive because the environment thrives, not at the expense of it. True economic development cannot borrow against the future to pay for the present. If we deplete our aquifers, pave our best agricultural lands, or overload our waste systems, we're not creating wealth. We are accumulating ecological debt that our children will never be able to repay. True development is not just about what we build, it's about what we leave behind. The reality is we do not own this land. We are merely borrowing from it for generations that will follow us. Because of that, we share profound responsibility. We must be good stewards of this ground.
Ma'am,
Let us
thank you.
work together, and hopefully our children will look back at us and say, well done, good and faithful servants.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Pryor? Could you state your name and district, please?
Barbara Pryor, District 3. We keep hearing from the citizens, and I hope the board is really paying attention. I remember about 2 months ago, one member of the board said it was up to the members of the county to decide whether they approved a data center. And that person is sitting on this board tonight and will be voting on that, on this very issue. I think we need to be very clear that data centers are not technology centers. They are not in essence, they are in essence massive environmental disaster areas. They pollute the air, pollute the water, and destroy the habitat for our wildlife. And when they destroy the land we need to live on, we are as a people and as a society are destroying ourselves. Data centers are not like technology centers, not places where you bring people together to innovate, design, and to develop tools to enhance human life. Quite the contrary. The chips in these things cost like $30,000, at least $30,000 a piece for some of them. And the data centers are going to be used to surveil us, take away our freedoms. We all see it. I took a picture of a flock camera last week, and within 5 minutes I was being followed by a police officer. Somebody told me today, Barbara, you should have known not to do that. I said I knew, but I did it anyway because I wanted to see whether it was a possibility. But you've heard it all, and I do have all of y'all I respect, I disagree. Sometimes I get a little mouthy, but that's all right. I'm 77. Sometimes I do a little crazy things. But I did the numbers a little bit, and this includes all ages, but 6,400 people in each of your districts. You represent those 6,400 people. And you represent the children, the young child, the infant still on the mother's breath, to the person breathing their last breath. And y'all have a big job to do. And I don't envy you. I disagree with some of y'all, obviously. I do have a concern that data centers are a big part of the artificial intelligence community that is evolving around healthcare. And we do have a person on the board that makes a living doing this kind of work. And I do have some questions whether that is, whether that person should recuse or not. I'm not sure, but it concerns me. So I just want to say y'all have a lot of responsibility. This is going on all over the Commonwealth, going all over the country, and in some parts of the world. So I don't envy your decision, but I hope you will look at this crowd, which is growing immensely, do your research, and vote no, and support, I should say, and support this
Ms. Pryor, thank you.
ordinance. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Laura Henry Stone, District 2. Thank you for the public hearing this evening. I've been to several of the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meetings prior to this, and I respect the chair's suggestion that we come prepared with specific recommendations for the ordinance tonight. I am in support of the special use permit ordinance, and I have done a little bit of looking into some of the specific changes and recommendations that have been made by the Planning Commission and that you all are considering. I am most concerned about noise levels. There are lots of environmental impacts that we can talk about, and they have been talked about. But I'm here really to talk about what I teach about in environmental science classes called the precautionary principle, which really holds the accountability to the businesses proposing the work that they're doing, because we tend to approve things in this country without having all the data we need to approve those activities to make sure that they're safe for people and for the environment. The precautionary principle advises that we, again, hold the burden of proof to the developers to show that the proposals are not going to harm environmental or human well-being. So in the case of making specific recommendations to this special use permit, a lot of the data is still unclear, right? So I'm here also to advocate for as strict standards as possible in order to put the burden of proof on the entities proposing the data centers. I also heard Mr. Creasy say at one of these meetings that the original planning commission or the staff put together a proposal for the special use ordinance that with the strictest standards, some of which we have seen subsequent stepping away from, because it's easier to step away or step the standards down rather than make them more strict. And so I would question why some of those standards have been lessened, including things such as setback and building height and decibel levels for noise pollution, when really what we want to do is make sure that the data center businesses are making sure that they're taking care of human and environmental health by holding them to as strict standards as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am, if you'd state your name and district, please.
Carol Nass of Falanco District. First off, I am not in favor of data center at all. But with the special permit ordinance, I'm under the impression that in order for anything to be put in under that, there has to be a public hearing. Am I correct on that? Okay. My main concern is the water, is the aquifers. I had to drill a well 2 years after the earthquake hit Louisa because my well started pulling mud because the ground shook. And I know this for a fact because I was mowing for VDOT and my tractor went all crazy and haywire. Now, if we put a data center in, and we all know that water flows downhill, right now our river's at 60%. The Peddler Reservoir is only at 40%. So if there's a data center in here, that's going to drain what little bit of water that we have right now because we are in the middle of a drought. So I am just really asking y'all to please consider all of this. Madison Heights, they have county water. The town here has town water. I want to say maybe 85% of the county has well water. And when those aquifers are run dry, there's no water to be found, not even if you drill a new well. So that's a major concern because these data centers use millions of gallons of water. And without water, you can't have life. And also, as far as the data centers go, I do think that we have one on this board that needs to recuse themselves because they are involved with AI, which uses a data center. And I do believe that is a conflict of interest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
My name is Gary Eaton. I live in Madison Heights, relatively close to a couple of plots of land that have been cleared recently. The only way I can find myself in favor of this ordinance is like this guy said over here, which is, what if you don't have this ordinance? Right? This ordinance, as I see it, cracks the door open quite significantly. I've been at meetings where people have asked to raise the height limit or have made comments that we're in competition with Nelson, like we got to win this thing. If we don't have an ordinance, then we got nothing. And we're wide open. Why we can't vote on this like we can vote on gambling, I don't understand. Why we can't put a moratorium on this when the whole state of New York can put a moratorium on these things. I don't understand that either. If I'm for this, if you really have thought through the other side of it, that despite whatever this thing allows, someone is able to do this, then that whole heat reclamation thing, there was so much spin in that, I was dizzy. Why did he get 10 minutes in front of you? Is that me or them?
Them. Thank you.
All right, so I just want to say one last thing, and this is definitely against it. I drove by one of these things on my way back from Michigan last week outside of Columbus, and I estimate it was 0.2 of a mile long, and the entire line of it was full of big cooling towers, and they had a they had a water tank larger than what we have in Madison Heights. And it was probably 5 or 6 stories. This is not what's in the nature of this county, folks. It just isn't. So I would ask you to vote in favor of it only because I don't see any good alternative. There's no third way that I've heard you say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Yes, ma'am. If you state your name and district.
My name is Ashley Kubik Jacobs, and this is my daughter Wilder Jacobs. We live on Kings Road, which is not very far from one of the proposed sites in question. This would greatly affect our family, and I've heard the board make lots of decisions tonight. Sorry, I'm so emotional about being considerate to our neighbors, right? Not having dogs barking, not having, an event, a wedding event that's too loud, too late at night. So this is something that's going to affect us so much more than that. And I just really hope you take a lot of consideration into it. Also, I work at a local nonprofit farm that's greenhouses in Lynchburg. And we don't need to heat our greenhouses 9 months out of the year, 8 months out of the year. So the proposal earlier just really sounded like greenwashing, not something that's really necessary. However, an industrial farm, industrial greenhouses, does sound like a beautiful idea, but we don't need a data center to have that.
Thank you.
And Wilder has something to say as well.
Oh, please.
Okay, hello. This is Amherst County, people. It's a community. If there's a data center in Amherst that's destroying the water and the power, no one will want to live here. I won't want to live here. I want horses. I want a barn. That's my dream. And to not live in Amherst, that would make there would no longer be a community. If there's no longer a community, it will affect everybody. And thank you. I don't want there to be a data center.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, sir. If you'd state your name and district, please.
Daniel Apoka, District 2. I'm the Environmental Compliance and Regulatory Inspector. My wife came up here and gave you guys a packet some time ago. But I'm in favor of Mr. Creasy's original ordinance, not the one before the Planning Commission butchered it. Some of the things that they actually suggested changing was illegal. The tiers of the generators, things like that. So if they're making changes like that, they shouldn't be qualified to make changes at all. And the other gentleman was correct. Anything that's put in the ordinance at all is inherently pro-data center because you are outlining a path, painting a path forward for them to comply to site one here. You guys had mentioned that you can't do a moratorium. If you guys wanted to be sneaky about it, you do have the authority and the capacity to limit the number of generators per parcel and the megawattage output and revisit that restriction in a year. And that'll put a soft moratorium on the whole thing because no other industry has the generator requirements that a data center has. So you could do that. You got some teeth there. But I did want to add one thing for the ordinance, the pre-planning commission one. You guys didn't have anything about ground surface vibration testing at all. You guys had acoustical sound vibration, dB. It's not the same as decibels. And this is why you'll see videos of people putting up mattresses on the wall, going crazy, trying to keep the sound out. It's because you can't, because it actually travels through the ground and comes up into the house structure. So the existing ordinance measures noise and acoustic vibrations via decibels, dBA, dBc, but decibels measure sound pressure. They do not measure ground surface vibration, which is the literal mechanical shaking transmitted through the earth. Data centers run chillers, pumps, compressors, fan cooling towers, generators, UPS systems, HVAC, diesel generators, etc. Most of them run 24/7. These produce continuous, low-frequency vibrations that propagate through the soil and through whole house structures. When you factor in soil type, the vibration attenuation wildly varies between clay, sand, bedrock, granite veins, etc. You might have perceptible vibrations with no audible waveforms detectable by a decibel reader very far off, depending on what your geocheck report shows underneath the building. As I said, decibel readers do not capture them at all, and you guys have no provision in your ordinance to cover that. It's a really serious, it's the biggest thing, really. It causes health effects. They're well documented. There's chronic low-frequency vibration is linked to sleep deprivation, increased cortisol levels, migraines, intestinal distress, cardiovascular strain, hypertension, prevents nutrients from being properly absorbed into your body. Even the WHO's environmental noise guidelines specifically call out low-frequency vibration as a distinct stressor separate from auditory vibrations. The current ordinance has no vibration distinct monitoring requirement outside of the airborne acoustics that you guys have mentioned.
Thank you, sir.
I wrote something, if you guys want to look it over, to add.
If you can give it to the clerk. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am, in the back. If you'd state your name and district.
Hi, Stacy Terciella, District 2. I just want to add to Mr. Opoka's vibration concerns. I've said this to you all at many meetings, that there's a lot of people here tonight that I'm very proud that you showed up. I'm sorry, I'm going to cry, but I lived with the vibration simply from the logging of Lot B that was just cleared on Dillard. My house is only 547 feet from that lot, and I was awoken every morning at 7 a.m. through vibration through my mattress in my bedroom. For 5 weeks, that's what I felt. And that's one logging machine on the earth doing cutting. So I can't even imagine what a data center is going to do. Or any industrial, heavy-use industrial building that has hundreds of machines that are very, vibrating-worthy machines that can disrupt all of us that are going to live nearby. And there's no restrictions for anything else industrial. We're only talking about data centers tonight, but there's nothing in place, and from what I'm told, nothing can be put in place for anything else. So I just hope the EDA, the board, the planning, that you all consider what comes here and what gets put next to residents who never asked for this. We never asked for this change from residential to industrial. Yes, we were given the opportunity back in 2024, but none of the 8 of us that are around that lot came to the meeting because we just didn't know. We had no idea what was going to transpire here and what it meant to our livelihood, our health, our sanity. We didn't ask for it. It got changed from the board and anybody else that was involved. The EDA, they did all their due diligence. They had all the sites planning done years before it got brought to the board, October 15th of 2024, and got changed to industrial. And like I said, from the vibrations that I felt that literally made me sick, I can't imagine living next to a data center or any other large industrial building. Also, the pollution that can come from any large industrial, a polluting industrial business. I really pray that you all think about what comes here next to the residents. I see my time is almost up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and please go back to Mr. Creasy's original ordinance and not what the Planning Commission did. Thank
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Yes, ma'am, in the green. You state your name and district, please.
My name is Suzanne Bessinger. I'm actually a resident of the city of Lynchburg, and I come to you as a neighbor. I'm going to hand out a printed out. I only printed 5, so if you could please share. The The overlook at Riverside Park along Rivermont Avenue in Lynchburg, Virginia, is a historic stone terrace originally built in the 1930s. It features stone walls, a reconstructed fountain, and a divided stairway overlooking the James River. The city of Lynchburg undertook a complete historical restoration of the overlook to the cost of $1 million. It was just finished in 2020. The stone walls were carefully deconstructed and reassembled over a new concrete base wall, new electrical wiring, lighting, landscaping, improved walkways, etc. The overlook is located along a circular path through Riverside Park. It's a public park. And it's advertised by the city as providing unparalleled views of the James River and the Blue Ridge Mountains. And is a beautiful, inspiring outdoor room that can be rented for different occasions, including weddings, receptions, birthday parties, business, or club meetings. Today, the central view that the overlook provides is of a denuded hillside. The Dillard Tract property lies directly across from Riverside Park and the overlook. Baby showers and wedding photos now have this denuded hillside in their pictures. In the future, depending on what the Board of Supervisors decides, the city of Lynchburg may have spent more than $1 million to restore a historic park so that its residents could have a data center or a heavy industrial plant to gaze at and listen to. So in addition to disrupting the view shed, the development proposed, like if there is a data center or heavy industrial manufacturing plant put on that tract, it will disrupt the watershed and the soundscape of the James River on both sides of the valley. This doesn't just affect Amherst. On Wednesday, July 29th at 8:16 a.m., I happened to be standing on Overlook Point, listening to the fountain and looking at the views of the mountains. And I was not in Amherst. And all of a sudden, I heard the beeping of trucks going in reverse. And then I heard the sounds that this woman just described, the heavy machinery. I was in the city of Lynchburg. And I could hear it. I walked away throughout the entire park. I could hear it. I walked all the way back down Rivermont. I could hear it. I went into my house, which is not on the river. I closed all the doors and windows. All day long, I was listening to beeping and trucks from that site. That site angles down to the river. The river valley echoes the sound all up and down. The decisions that you make here are going to affect not just Amherst County, but everyone who lives along the river. For me, that means the college students at Randolph College and the residents of. Thank you for being good neighbors and considering other people.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance? Yes, sir, in the black shirt. If you'd state your name and district.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Charles from District 3. I have two things. First, I have a question. Who is paying for all of those dump trucks, all of the earth movers, all of the tractors up there on that site? Someone's paying money for it. And the other thing I have is to point out that the Harris decision in the state of Virginia gives you all the power to use preserving the history of a place. You can have the power to say, no, you can't come here. You can't do that. And we can set things up. You can write the law we're talking about here today, the decision, in such a way that they simply can't come. And I strongly advise you to do that. You have the backing of the state of Virginia, and you have our backing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, sir, in the back. If you'd state your name and district, please.
Good evening. Name's Matt Weiss. I live on River Road. Not sure the district. But you guys have heard over the previous months, just over and over, environmental concerns, health concerns, which I share. And just wanted to add my name to the hat and speak on behalf of myself and my family, neighbors that I've talked with. just that as we're planning for the future of Amherst County, that we keep our citizens, the children of this county, just at the forefront of our minds and what's best for this county. We're all citizens, and like, look at this room. The community here is what is so beautiful about this place, the environment. So also, I'm thinking to myself, we had to get special use permit to do our Airbnb, and we have no neighbors. So something so small like that, absolutely, this at minimum should be special use. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Yes, ma'am. You would state your name and district, please.
Hi, my name is Megan. I'm actually here on behalf of my mom today. She lives here. I'm not sure what district she's in, but she lives off of Mansion Way, which is off of Isaac Walton. But I'm a student at the University of Lynchburg for environmental sciences. My professor's actually here today, which is really funny. But I don't think that a data center here would benefit us as a community. My mom's going to be here for a long time, and I want to make sure that there are things in place to where she can live happily here. I don't want to come home one day and just have her be like complaining that she's like having all these health issues, or she can't look outside the window and there's something out there blocking her view. She chose to live out here because it's beautiful and green and healthy, and I don't think a data center is going to contribute to the healthy part of that. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. Just as a side note, I've known the professors to give extra credit to students that come and speak. So. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am. You would state your name and district, please.
Felisa Jonas, District 4. I'm asking the board to remember why we began the process in the first place. These ordinances were not created because data centers are ordinary industrial development. They are created because we are creating them because our existing ordinances was not written to address an industry of this scale or the impacts that will come with it. Requiring a special exemption is only as meaningful as the standards that accompany it. Strong setbacks matter because noise and industrial infrastructure do not stop at the property line. Strong noise standards matter because residents should not have to prove after a facility is operating already that their quality of life has been harmed. Height limits, screening, and buffering matter because buildings and infrastructure of this scale can fundamentally change the character of the area. Environmental protections matter because once streams, wetlands, forests, and topography are altered, those resources cannot simply be restored by changing an ordinance later. You are deciding what protections Amherst County will have when the next proposal does arrive. And whatever you adopt tonight may govern projects that have not even been imagined yet. That is why I'm asking you to not weaken these standards for the convenience of prospective developer or because we are afraid strong regulations might discourage investment. The purpose of the zoning is not to make every possible development easy. It is to determine what development is appropriate for Amherst County and under what conditions. We have one opportunity to put these protections in place before these applications arrive. Please make them strong. Please preserve the special exemption requirement, meaningful setbacks, enforceable noise protections, environmental safeguards, screening and buffering, and meaningful public review. Because it will be much easier to amend an ordinance later if experience shows that the requirement is unnecessarily restrictive than it will be to undo the consequences of the ordinance that was not protective enough. Tonight, I ask you to err on the side of the people who already live here and the county they will leave to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Mr. Packett. state your name and district, please.
Sky Packet, District 2. 4, District 4. Pew, yeah. Thanks. Should have written that on my hand. This has been a bit of a long road with a lot of late nights. I know you're probably looking at another one here. I think we're finally close to the step we need to take for the community and the county. A couple things I want to request. I'd like to request that I made a request for a moratorium 2 months ago and was told by an attorney, not the gentleman here, but another one, that the Dillon rule prohibited y'all from doing that. I believe Cumberland County, among several others, have shown that that's not the case. In fact, I think the Dillon rule really should have spoken more towards, for instance, the Planning Commission doing their due diligence before they try and weigh in on an ordinance. Groundwater studies, environmental studies, none of which were done. And in their defense, they didn't have time because most of this was all discussed and talked about behind closed doors and behind your back, from what I understand, for months and maybe even years. I would like y'all to consider going back to Mr. Creasy's ordinance. In fact, I don't think, after listening to the last Planning Commission meeting, I think that they admittedly shared with us that they're not qualified to even write the ordinance. Tyler Creasy, I know, did his due diligence. The Planning Commission members made comments, for example, one didn't even know the difference of a decibel from something else, and we should actually visit one of these places because we don't know what we're talking about. So in my mind, that kind of just disqualifies them to even write the ordinance or change the ordinance from what Mr. Creasy did, well, weeks of tireless research on. I would also like to ask you to consider what was given to you by Mr. Opoka. I think I spoke last time to y'all and shared that we've been told time and time again, not just by the county, but people all over the country and the world, educate yourself, find out what the deal is. Don't just spout off and talking points. I urged y'all and reminded y'all that that's really y'all's job, voting for us on these things. And it doesn't include AEP or Dominion or talking to a power company that's going to make a pile of money off of it, or some of these people that the Lynchburg Business Alliance tends to bring in to sugarcoat everything. It's people like Mr. Opoka, who's traveling the country and an expert in this field, one of the few that is out there. And he's right here in our county. He's a resource that we could use and educate going forward the whole way. I'm very confident you guys will at least vote to dissolve the by right and make it special exception, because it just makes sense. Then there's really no reason not to, because if there's nothing to hide from, these things are so great.
Thank you, Mr. Packett.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Yes, sir. If you state your name and district, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Whitman. Not sure what district, but I live just off of Main Street on Troopers Trail. I'm going to keep this real short and sweet. Leave out how I feel, what I believe, and blah, blah, blah. I tend to drone on like that. I want to submit for the record a physical copy of Mr. Opoka's report. This is a very, very extensive and very thorough report of all of the detrimental effects in what is still a very experimental, at best, business model with data centers. This is for any of you who would like to review it. I strongly encourage you to do it. And if you'd like to, I have the PDF copy of that. It's very easily searchable. Control F, keyword, whatever you want. The sources cited section of that report is longer than the report itself. It is incredibly thorough. And Daniel is smart as a whip. You would all be very wise to consider his input on this sort of thing. Only other comment here is, again, I said experimental at best. I kind of made it clear what I do for a living last time. I'm not the expert that Daniel is, but I deal with the hands-on hardware side of things. I'm going to show you something real quick. Just one of my favorite websites here. Is AI profitable? This isn't a literal type thing, but the answer is no. It's not. There are maybe 3 companies in this list that have made a profit from AI and or who claim AI has the potential to turn a profit by 2030. And so far, the only ones that have turned a profit are the ones responsible for manufacturing the chips that go into the server towers, the server racks, everything that's housed in these AI data centers, of course, if you're supplying the hardware, you stand to make a profit from it. And it's because of this AI boom that you've seen the price of so many computer parts skyrocket. Good luck getting your hands on hard drives, RAM, upgrades, anything like that. And it's, again, if you want to look that up, it's AIprofitable.com. It will tell you at the bottom of the page how it sources the information from SEC filings, financial reports, Bloomberg reports, and stuff like that. It's aggregate data that is public only because a lot of these companies don't necessarily disclose all of their financial records. So again, something I would encourage you to take a look into. Strongly consider going back to the previous regulation, the previous guidelines set forth before the Planning Commission. Again, if somebody like Daniel, as smart as he is, goes through, does his due diligence and finds, oh, this is actually illegal, and a lot of these people making these recommendations are unqualified for that, I strongly urge you to take that seriously rather than, again, I'm speaking generalities here, making comments on social media, dismissing it as fear-mongering. Please take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Yes, sir. If you'd state your name and district, please.
Hello, my name is Jacob Aliff, and I am in District 5, I believe. Just want to let you all know, we will be your biggest supporters as long as you all are honest with us. We will be your biggest advocates for other people in the community. We will brag to our friends, our coworkers in other counties that, yeah, Amherst County is standing on the business of preventing a data center from destroying our county. We support you all when you support us. We can handle the truth, but we cannot handle a lie, and we will not tolerate a lie. I am in favor of, as it said, Mr. Creasy's original due diligence in his reports. I am not familiar with everything that was written in that. I honestly don't know that I'm smart enough to understand everything that was written. There are many more intelligent people that have read and done those reports than what I am. And like I said, commending you all, I want to openly say I commend you all for last board meeting. I believe it was the last board meeting that I attended. You all stood firm on your raises for the county employees. Thank you. If my tax dollars go to that and supporting our county, then that's fine by me. And I want to preface what I'm about to say that this is in no means a threat or a call to violence. No means is this that. But as it says on our Virginia state flag, sic semper tyrannis, which translates to thus always to tyrants, which I translate in this situation. For those of you that vote for this, just know that we will fight you at every turn, and we will not go quietly. We are not Northern Virginia. We will not stand for our morals being compromised. And in regards to morals, it has been stated by members of the board, commending those that have stood for best accounting practices and best business practices. This means the use, sorry, I am very passionate about this. I have 2 small children at home, and I want them to love this county as I love this county. And I want this to be a place where they can be raised. And I don't want to be away from them, and I doubt y'all want to be away from your kids or homes. And so going back to what I said, in regards to morals, there are, it has been stated before, conflicts of interest on this board. And those of you that have conflict of interest, I know of one. I do not know of others. But if you all have conflict of interest, I publicly ask you to recuse yourself from this vote and to stand with us as a community, because we will stand with you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am, in the very back. If you would state your name and district, please.
Charlie Tisver, Monroe. This has been a long haul, and I'm emotional. I'm not in favor of the ordinance, and I'm not against it just because it's the only option y'all have given us. I am in favor of a complete ban. The reason I am not in favor of it is because after all of this, I have a strong sense of antitrust in the Planning Committee, the Economic Development Committee, and some of the board members in their ability to do a thorough due diligence in any of this and not representing the citizens of Amherst County. I've heard a lot of things here, but I look at bad deals. Y'all talked about the Winton deal being a bad deal. I'm looking at even developing, cutting those trees down as a bad deal. And I'd rather you cut your losses for us, scrap it, and put it back to agricultural. And save us all this nightmare. Just switch it back at minimum. If not, you better be willing to fight if anything comes in here after that. And I will tell you that this is the first time that my husband, because of this, that we're actually considering leaving Amherst County if anything like this comes here. And there's plenty of other people that feel the same way. See, it's not about the money. It's about protecting all of us. It's protecting the lives that we want. And so I can't hold up the ordinance as the one that they did. Mr. Kesey's is close, but it's not what I want. Because like they said, they've opened the door. And I haven't heard anything from any of these committees that shows that they've done their due diligence. And I feel that's a liability for this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am, in the blue. Okay, ma'am, the lights have died. So
Okay.
we're going to use a cell phone
So I
for
have
the moment.
as long as I want.
Wait 1 second. I'll let you know when you can start. You ready?
Hi, Toby Thurston, District 1. I've spoken before this board several times about Rosie's and about the proposed data center. Tonight, I want to talk about something bigger than either one of those issues. I want to talk about unity in Amherst County. Our community is divided right now. We are arguing about a data center. We are once again arguing about Rosie's, which is an issue the citizens of Amherst already voted on. And I want to remind the board of something important. You have a choice. You can choose to unite this county. When representatives of Rosie's requested a closed session meeting with this board, there was an opportunity for leadership. You could have made it clear that Amherst County had already been through this fight. Our citizens voted, they said no, and bringing it back again would reopen a division in this community that did not need to be reopened. That would not have prevented anyone from exercising whatever legal rights they have. It would have simply been leadership. The same is true with data centers. The board appoints the members of the EDA. You help establish the vision and direction for economic development in Amherst County. If you believe a massive data center is not the right fit for Amherst County, you can say no. You make it clear that you do not want county-controlled or EDA-controlled property marketed for that purpose. And more importantly, you challenge the EDA to aggressively pursue businesses and industries that our community can actually get excited about. Economic development does not have to mean choosing between no growth and controversial development. There is a third choice: good development. Development that creates jobs, development that strengthens our tax base, development that respects our rural culture, development that our citizens can look at and say, yes, that belongs in Amherst County. Imagine what could happen if the same amount of energy being spent defending controversial proposals were instead spent finding opportunities that can bring this community together. That is what I'm asking from you. Rosie's does not have to define Amherst County. A data center does not have to define Amherst County. And division certainly does not define us. You were elected to lead this county, and sometimes leadership means having the courage to say, yes, we legally could do this, but that doesn't mean it is right for our community. You have an opportunity right now to change the conversation. Choose businesses that strengthen Amherst, choose development our citizens can be proud of, and most importantly, choose to unite this county instead of continuing to divide it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? You'd like to speak, or are you going out? Okay, if you'd state your name and district.
Travis Klaus, I think District 2. I've been to several of these meetings more recently, over the past few months. I was here when the first proposal for the ordinance change for the vape shops came up. And everybody wanted to make them as strict as possible because you didn't like them. To basically make it so they couldn't exist in Amherst County. And people are affected by the vape shops because they choose to go there. People don't choose to go to a data center and get affected. They're affected by them because they live near them. So I want you to be as strict as you can, just like you were with the vape shops. Ensure that they cannot be here, because it's going to harm everybody around it, not just the ones that choose to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, ma'am. If you'd state your name and district, please.
My name is Michelle Anderson. I believe I'm from District 3. I've only been in Madison Heights for 7 months. My husband Michael and I have 47 years of military experience, and when we retired, my husband was born and raised here and has family land, decided to build a small little house on his family land. I was kind of resistant to it. I'm from big city, Philadelphia, and then we were living in San Antonio, Texas. But I have to tell you, moving here is the best decision we ever made. Madison Heights is beautiful. Coming from San Antonio, Texas, where everything is brown, 11 out of 12 months of the year, and we're in a consistent drought. Coming here and seeing so much green and so much beauty just makes you appreciate all that we have. And I just wanted to say, I've never been to one of these meetings at all, but I would hope that we didn't make a mistake moving to Madison Heights, and that everything that I found beautiful about this little town stays that way. So thank you. That's all.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, sir. You state your name and district.
Mike, hold up in your way. I'm so sorry.
Sir, if you state your name and district, please.
Name is Murphy Packett from District 4, and I'm really here just to show you guys that there was a change.org petition that was signed with almost 1,300 signatures with questions about the opposition and with a request to change the zoning for data centers to special use. And that can be provided. I can send that to you guys through email or get in touch with somebody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Anyone else that would like to speak in favor? Okay, sir, if you'd state your name and district, please.
Yeah, I'm David Sickman. I live in Lynchburg, and I normally don't do this, but I took notes because I just want to be concise, so I'm going to read it. And it says, I think what's been made clear this evening is the need, at the very least, for a moratorium on any new data centers, especially given the potential to think more creatively about how this land could be used. Like the events farm you cleared this evening, which I think is a great idea, and I look forward to patroning? Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. I look forward to going there. As far as the gentleman from Intelligent Harvest goes, I would respectfully say this is the equivalent of sleeping with the devil we would know. Perhaps a company like his could present a forward-thinking, environmentally sound project, sans a data center, I'd be curious what his experts might come up with. And I think I'd actually have faith in the science that he and his company could potentially represent. I think it's pretty cool because it is a small community that we have here, and Lynchburg is also a small community. So to have something that's like that is interesting to me, and I think you don't need the data center. There's geothermal. There might be other ways to power something like this. And I agree with what Claudia said about protecting our kids from poison. I think that's important, not to poison children. And that's exactly the concerns with these data centers, is that they're poisonous. And the last time I was up here, I was pretty fiery and upset, and I'm trying to contain that because everybody here has already told you. And if you are doing your jobs, which I believe you are, I do believe it, I believe that you're paying attention, then all the evidence for why these things are dangerous is clear. So if you ignore that, it must be because you're greedy. And I don't think anyone up here is greedy, and I'm not here to attack anybody. I think you actually care about this community, and I want to believe that. So although I'd prefer an all-out permanent ban on any data centers anywhere near this place, at the very least, the moratorium must be in place to consider a healthy alternative to protecting our children, as Claudia said, was her wish. And I'll take you at your word.
Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Yes, ma'am. If you'd state your name and district, please.
My name is Jeanette Arrington, and I'm in District Number 3. And I agree with most of them. I'm not a fan of any of the exemptions we have created, except for Mr. Creasy's, because I agree with them. I think we have opened a door. And if you wanted to open that door, it was open back when I didn't even know about it. I didn't know that land was changed from agricultural to industrial. But I want you to be aware, you said you wanted to protect children. You realize there is a huge daycare center 1,000 feet from that center. There is also a huge vet's office, Oak Hill. I've spoken to both people in there. They know nothing about this. What do you mean a data center's going in the back? I said, look at where that cell phone tower is. I said, it's right near that cell phone tower. So if you really think about it, if this were your grandchildren at that daycare center, if this were your animals going to that vet's office and it's going to be that close, think about what's happening. We've opened a door to allow them in. But there's one other thing we have not considered, and the only reason I know is because I've talked to real estate agents. What happens to our property values? What happens when that contract is signed? I've heard it can go down 20% of the value of your home. Once ground is broken, we might lose 50%. Are you going to give us a tax break when we can't sell our houses? Because that can happen. That's what people are saying around other data centers. Who's going to want to buy a house in Madison Heights? I wouldn't. And it's something that you need to think about. Are we going to have to come to you and beg for mercy when we have no water, or there's environmental damage, or we're vibrating at night because we can't sleep? Who would buy our properties? Who is going to want to buy land in Amherst County if people are already here that can't sell their houses again? It's just something you need to think about, because that is your tax base, is the residents that are sitting in this room right now who might lose it all. So please consider the financial effect.
Thank you. Gentleman in a purple shirt, would you like to speak in favor? If you'd state your name and district, please.
My name is Ethan Hope Ogden. I live in District 1. Recently, a few months ago, I had the opportunity to go to a summit held in the United States Treasury building with the executives of many different AI companies and AI adjacent companies, such as OpenAI, Palantir, Amazon, Google. There were executives from all kinds of these industry leading companies. And there was one man there who worked for Google. He was, not Google, excuse me, Amazon. He was the head of Amazon's department that worked on building AI data centers for their expansions. And when he talked, he made a lot of lofty, puffed up promises to everybody that these data centers would be these beacons that would be giving jobs to local communities. They would decrease people's property taxes, offsetting that cost from the money that they are bringing into the community in tax revenue, promises of jobs, things of this nature. And then at the end of his speech, he said that the beauty of these data centers was that they already had their own construction folks lined up. They didn't have to worry about hiring anybody in the local community, and these things run on virtually no people. So it can't be both. These are mutually exclusive terms. And the other thing that he talked about that I wanted to talk about here is that he had a dynamic in the way that he thought, that he actually came out and said that the people that are the enemy to growth for companies like this are folks that live in small communities. He spoke about it in those terms, that they're antagonistic toward these large corporations that want these things, the end users. And he said that if you are not in favor of something, you are just as ignorant as those people in the early 1900s that resisted the adoption of electricity because it kills elephants. And I will say that I have some family that live down in Mecklenburg County, or as my Uncle John refers to it, Microsoft County, that Microsoft has put in large data processing facilities down there, and it's given essentially no jobs, as they don't run on anything. It's just made their electrical bills go up. And that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the ordinance? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the ordinance? Okay, if you'd come forward and state your name and district, please.
My name is Sam Patel, and I'm in Mr. Campbell's district, District 5. They're too loud, they use too many resources, and we simply don't know the long-term consequences of what this new technology will be. Those were some of the concerns people expressed about the first automobiles. The lesson isn't that those concerns were foolish or invalid. The lesson is that every new technology brings legitimate questions, and progress comes from answering those questions, not running away from the technology. This is what's before Amherst County regarding data centers. The question before you isn't, should they have rules? Of course they should have rules. The question is whether we need to turn every data center into a special use permit to have rules. By right doesn't mean without regulation. Amherst County should and must establish objective standards governing noise, setbacks, water, screening, and other impacts, and then require every data center to meet them. The concerns that most people here tonight have raised are about water consumption, noise, and the effect on electrical rates. Modern data centers can operate with closed-loop cooling systems. If Amherst County doesn't want millions of gallons of drinking water consumed for cooling, then set the ordinance to require a closed-loop system. Regarding noise, you have the power to set measurable decibel standards at the property line and enforce them. And remember, we're not talking about agricultural land. We're talking about land that is already zoned M1 Industrial Heavy District, where by right now, heavy manufacturing, tractor-trailer traffic, warehousing and distribution, factories with smokestacks are all permitted by right with no noise restrictions. Those are already there. Regarding electricity, the State Corporation Commission sets the electrical rates. It's not dictated by Amherst County. It's not dictated by AEP. Those rates come from the State Corporation Commission. If a data center is in Campbell County or Nelson County and they affect our grid and the rates go up, we don't have any control over that. If that happens, The only thing that we won't get from not having a data center here is the tax revenue. And that's what we can't lose sight of. A data center project can mean tens of millions of dollars every year for Amherst County. That's money for new schools, new police cars, infrastructure, and potentially dramatically lowering the property tax burdens that we all face in Amherst County. This isn't a choice between development and no development. Again, this land is already zoned M1 heavy industrial. The question is, will Amherst County allow data centers, which are the highest value industrial investment possible, or watch those investments and those tax dollars go elsewhere? Please don't give up control. Protect Amherst County, but do it in a way that doesn't run data centers off. Keep it by right, make rules, make them stringent, and then hold them to it.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to the ordinance? Hearing, seeing none. All right, I just want to make, okay, Mr. Johnson, go ahead. You'd like to speak in opposition?
Yes, sir. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Biff Johnson from District 3, and I have been a resident of Amherst County for nearly 30 years. I'm a professional engineer who has been involved in economic development work my entire career. My wife and I raised 7 kids in this community, and we would love for all of our kids to be able to stay here locally, but that can only happen if there are jobs that can support them and an economic opportunity to do so. Try to go through my notes here real quick. My position is similar to what was just stated, is that reasonable guardrails should be placed in an ordinance that outline what data centers, and let's be clear, this is not just about data centers, it's about economic development projects in general, because you have heard not just data centers, but all economic development projects need to do to locate in the county. However, once those requirements are met by an applicant, they should not be required to go through a special exemption process to prove they meet those requirements. Special exemption processes place uncertainty on potential business or economic prospects that most consider too risky to pursue locating in localities who have them. Business and industry spend tens of thousands of dollars performing due diligence studies on properties to make sure they meet your published requirements. Special exemption processes tell these prospects that even if they meet your requirements, you may still tell them no. Business and industry need as much certainty as they can possibly get, and they are going to entertain sites that give them the least path of risk. Doing otherwise is going to tell any business or industry or those we rely on, like the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, that Amherst County is not open for business. Economic development is a mainstay for creating jobs, economic prosperity for our children, grandchildren, and others in the community, enhances public services like schools, fire and rescue, parks and rec, and strengthens social and financial stability and boosts standards of living. We all want better schools, better standard of living, more opportunities for the next generation, but those things require money, and that money must come from somewhere, and that's the taxpayers. And without business and industry to spread the tax burden on the residents, it's going to fall on the residents' shoulders to pay for that. We all saw the uproar this past year when property assessments increased their taxes 50 to 80%. Everyone was in a frenzy. To ease those burdens, you, as the Board of Supervisors, reduced the tax rate to lower the effective burden on the citizens, and we thank you for doing that. What's going to happen when you can't do that anymore? When the cost of schools, fire and EMS projects, and other wants and needs of the county come around and we have no business or industry to share the financial burden, the Board of Supervisors is going to be forced to increase tax rate on regular everyday citizens to pay for them.
Thank you.
I would like to give you a document. And I know I am not the only one who is here in support of holding off on this and doing more studies to
Thank you.
get this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in opposition? If you'd state your name and district.
Yes, Andrew Proctor, District 1. Mr. Johnson actually hit on a lot of those key points, but I think there's a lot of similarities to what Mr. Johnson said and what someone in the pro of the ordinance suggested, Ms. Thurston, which is trying to come together to improve the economics of our county. And I want to take a slightly different approach. My objective is to slow us down here for the 3 minutes or the 2.5 minutes I have left here now. We've got to consider that there's a bigger picture here. We've got to consider the complex long-term ramifications of decisions that we make regarding our limited M1 land. And I should have said that first. The amount of acreage in this county that is zoned M1 heavy industrial is 1%. 1. Probably half of that land has already been developed with businesses on it. So what we're really worried about is less than 1% of our land. This is not data centers going to go all over the place. And I swore to myself I wouldn't say the dreaded DC word tonight, because that's not what this is about. We might think that we are erecting barriers to protect us against change that is coming faster than most of us are comfortable with. I would argue that change is inevitable, and we are focused on the potential of near-term change that we can't fully understand yet. As some people have said, we don't know about these technologies, but we're missing the economic and population change that has already occurred. The economic population decline is only going to accelerate if we put up more hurdles to economic growth. The options in front of us are either choose to adapt and try to direct the change, as others have mentioned, with requirements that hold any development, whether it's the DC or anything else, accountable. I'm not advocating for anything that would hurt the county. But to put up barriers and know that we're likely to accelerate, if we put up barriers, we're going to know we're likely to accelerate the decline that trajectory we already have. We have to encourage businesses to locate in Amherst County. That contributes to an improved job market and a growing tax base. That helps us retain our younger citizens, rebuild our population, and which improves the overall economics of the county. Adding additional requirements like special exceptions only makes it harder for businesses to want to come here. My ask is that the county keep our limited M1 land zoned business friendly and slow down and make measured revisions to ordinances that leave the door open for growth and limit the use of special exceptions. What I've delivered to you guys earlier was a quick snapshot. So another statistic to remember is overall, the counties around us, I picked a time frame that I'm familiar with, roughly 1980 to today, roughly my period on this planet. And if you look at our surrounding counties, they have grown on average 25%.
Thank you.
No extension for that.
I have 10 more
Thank you, sir.
seconds. I'll use
10
my
more seconds.
discretion
Thank
to
you,
give
sir. I
10
appreciate it. My point here is Amherst County has grown 7.5%, which means we have, our median age has increased.
Let me say, the reason he's getting 10 more seconds is because of the outburst. Now, we're going to be civil and let everybody speak. Do we understand? Okay? We all sat here and listened to the other side. Now we're going to listen to him without outburst. Is that clear?
Who are you, man? Why are you talking to us like that?
Yeah. Because I am running this meeting.
I'm not your kid. You don't act like that.
I'm going to run this meeting in a civil way. If you don't like it, you can leave. Okay? Thank you very much. Now, would you like to continue for 10 more seconds?
Thank you, sir. My last point is that Amherst County is at, we have a 7.6% population growth rate compared to our neighbors. And our challenge is if we don't get more population, you don't get the jobs. That doesn't encourage the businesses that come here who need those jobs, need those people to fulfill their workplace and to be their customers. It is a flywheel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. If you would state your name and your district.
Tim Beverly, District 5. And you should have had a category for neutral, because that's where I stand. I'm neutral, because to tell you the truth, I have no idea what a data center does. I've heard that it collects information. I have no idea what it does with the information that it collects. But everything that I've heard up until even tonight 99% of everything I've heard has been negative, and there's been a little bit of pro anything other than the very tall gentleman getting up here and giving a few pointers, of what, the benefits of having it. But I want to be clear where I stand. I'm neutral on it, and I've heard all of that negativity. And I don't try to rely on all the negative thoughts that I hear and all the positive. I like to take all of it and come to my own conclusion, and I hope that you do the same thing. And without, getting the emotions and everything all into it, but I, like everybody else in here, I'm concerned about one thing: money, my tax money. I'm retired. I live on a fixed income. I'm one of those people that live on a fixed income now. And like most everybody else in this room, we just went through, like the gentleman said, the tax reassessment. And I didn't see anybody standing over here at this building cheering over the fact that our taxes went up, and everybody's taxes in Amherst County went up. Everybody's did. I didn't see anybody cheering. The folks that get hit the hardest by these tax increases are the people that are retired 65 years and older. According to the census of Virginia, that 30% of the people in Amherst County are 65 years old and older. I have no idea how many of those people are 65 and still working, but I know I'm one of them that don't. But we all share the same burden. And the same burden that we share is inflation and taxes. And we're getting eat up with both of them right now. And my whole attempt being here is hoping that you folks will take all this information and you'll come to a solid decision that's going to benefit the county as a whole, not just as a district, not just as an individual people, but the county as a whole. I've done a little bit digging deeper into the money, and I found out that the biggest expense that Amherst County has is our school system, $68 million. I've done a little bit more digging into the Virginia Disparities Act of Virginia, and we spend $4,000 of our tax money per child in Amherst County. We just saw the new construction going on at the high school. We saw additions and the new construction that went on, and I have no idea how much of the county money that went into that, but I know that it was a shared expense with the state and with the county. But I see all of these new businesses coming into Madison Heights. I see all, and I haven't heard the first complaint because it's tax revenue. I see all of the new homes that's being built in Amherst County, and I hadn't heard the first complaint about that because it's tax revenue. And all the new homes and new businesses that's coming in here is a great sign of growth for Amherst County, but with that growth creates a burden.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, 3 minutes. All right.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? You'd state your name and district.
Greg White, District 5. So I hear everyone's concerns, and the concerns are all valid. And I'm not going to stand up here and pretend I'm an expert on data centers or DCs. But I just want to look at it from a little different perspective and echo some of the things with the M1 zoning. I'm a parent of two, and so I'm also looking at this from a future, just like everybody is here, no matter what side you're on. My kids are growing up right now in a wonderful community. They have the space to play, good schools, great people around them, and the opportunity to experience the kind of small town life that I believe is worth protecting, just like I think everyone else does here. But they're also growing up in a very different time than a lot of us grew up in. Technology is advancing, manufacturing is advancing, data infrastructure is completely different, and this is the whole reason we're here. I want Amherst County to be positioned to participate in that from a growth standpoint. I think the argument here is the M1 zoning and keeping it by right, but still establishing strict rules, regulations in the event that businesses and industry comes in here. I think, as some other people echoed, putting a special use permit on top of that does not make it business friendly and does not encourage businesses to continue to invest in our community in the future here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? We're going to get Ms. Luke. Okay, we'll go with you. Could you state your name and district, please?
Hi, yes, Shelley Hunt, District 4. We are all in this room for the exact same reason. We want a community that flourishes, but we also want a community that delivers prosperity. The decision to discourage the pursuit of data centers is not about routine land use. It is a monumental crossroads for this community. In a state where 400 new data centers are projected to be built in the next coming years, the question that I pose for you tonight is what happens to Amherst County if our neighbors say yes and we say no? Just for instance, what if Nelson or Campbell decide to host a data center? They're going to receive millions of dollars in tax revenue. They're going to collect machinery and tools tax, personal property tax, real estate tax, utility service fees. Amherst County gets nothing. They will gain 25 to 50 high-paying jobs, plus hundreds of construction jobs for 1 to 3 years. Their contractors, the HVAC, the electrical, the security, the landscaping, they're all going to see new demand. Their local vendors will secure long-term contracts. Meanwhile, Amherst residents who want these jobs will have to commute to another county. We would have helped build somebody else's tax base. The part that concerns me the most is that if Amherst doesn't host a data center, we may still have regional cost, higher electricity rates, the loss of the amount of water currently given to us, slow business recruitment, long-term property values, reducing the ability to fund our schools, which is what we all believe in, our parks, and our public safety, which is extremely important. In other words, we may feel the impact without the income. And while our neighbors grow, they will gain stronger tax revenue, better infrastructure, higher credit ratings, and much more leverage for future development. Amherst County risks becoming a donut hole, surrounded by growth, but not participating in it. I realize Amherst County citizens have valid concerns, such as the environmental impacts, the high power costs, the water consumption, but let's not miss an opportunity. I do believe this board and Amherst County as a family and a group is able to address these concerns without giving up a rare opportunity. I urge you to reconsider your decision tonight. If Amherst chooses to stand outside the circle of growth, we will watch others build their future around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Lucas?
Good evening. My name is Megan Lucas. I'm a resident of Lynchburg, Virginia, and I'm come here tonight as the regional economic developer with the Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance, your regional chamber and economic development organization, and I think proven to be your steadfast partner in economic development. In that role, I work with communities and businesses throughout the region to strengthen our economic competitiveness and attract investment, jobs, and opportunity. Amherst County is an important part of that effort, and decisions made here influence how competitive Amherst County is and how competitive our region is in attracting new industry. We support reasonable, clearly defined standards for data centers and other industries seeking to locate in Amherst County. Communities have every right to establish expectations that protect their residents and preserve their way of life. Our concern is the requirement for special exception after an applicant has already demonstrated that they meet the established standards. Economic development is a very competitive game. Companies evaluating our locations want clear rules. They want understood expectations and a predictable path for investment. Before a project is ever announced, companies may spend hundreds of thousands of dollars completing the requirements put forth in front of them. The due diligence, the engineering work, the environmental studies, the environmental planning, site planning. They are evaluating not only the property, but they also the risks associated with the community's regulatory process. A special exception introduces another layer of uncertainty. If a company meets the county's published requirements, but still can be denied through discretionary process. The message is essentially, even if you meet our requirements, you will be denied. You may not proceed. We are not business friendly. That matters because companies have choices. They will prioritize communities where they understand the rules and be confident that meeting those rules provides a reasonable path forward. This is not an argument for lower standards. It's an argument for strong standards and a predictable process. If Amherst County establishes reasonable requirements to protect the community and a project meets those requirements, there should be a clear path for that project to proceed. Why does it matter? Because economic development is about more than any single project. It is about strengthening and enhancing your tax base, creating jobs, attracting investment, and increasing your community's capacity for schools, public safety, infrastructure, quality of place. All of it that your residents expect. We can't assume that companies will choose Amherst County and our region because we have available land or great quality of life. We have to compete for that investment, and certainty is our competitive advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. If you'd state your name and district, please.
I'm Kyle Murphy, District 4. I would like to oppose the current proposed restrictions and go back to Tyler Creasy's more strict restrictions. We are here for specifically a data center ordinance. Let's remember that. We're not saying that we don't want any business. We all live here. We all want the county to thrive and grow and produce jobs and revenue and make it easier for all of us as we raise our children and go to school and start businesses. I'm a commercial contractor, and I know that with by right zoning, there are no oversight by the local government, and so I would appreciate good rules to follow for specifically data centers, and I would like the EDA to be a little more creative about who they want to bring. It's not all or nothing with, doesn't have to be all or nothing with, so data centers, it's not data centers or no industry. Let's remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Board, I propose a 5-minute recess. Is that okay?
Fine with me.
All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes.
We don't even get a new gavel up here.
or a pause on all new data center projects right now. And they want to make sure that, they alleviate the grid strain, the water usage. They want to study that. They want to make sure that the developers fully fund the electric and infrastructure and water, make sure they're water efficient cooling systems, and putting that cost on the developer rather than the residents. Another concern was heavy noise, light pollution, strain on local resources. Campbell County, actually, I know that was brought up just recently, right across the river there. They voted unanimously in May 2026 to eliminate buy rights for data centers. Chesterfield County now has a buy right. Loudoun County, which is the epicenter of all data centers, now has a special exception. Pennsylvania will sharply limit data center development and expand the process. So Virginia Beach, you can look it up, Greensboro, North Carolina. There are a lot of people that have these things now, and they're feeling the consequences of having them. We have probably 3 million gallons of water from our municipal water supply. If you get a data center, our water will be eaten up. Any type of development will be eaten up, industry, what have you. I mean, we'd have to completely revamp that, find another source for our water. So that's my big concern, is until they can get a grasp on the amount of water and electricity that is used for these things, that I would love for us to see a pause on it. I don't think we can. I know we have the Dillon rule. And I would like to see us be as stringent as possible, because they will go elsewhere. That is true. There's a lot of truth that was said tonight regarding the potential tax revenue. There is a huge amount of tax revenue that the county would receive. There's no doubt about it. Whether that would come in the form of less property taxes, I don't know, because usually counties have a good job of using all that tax revenue up as soon as they get it, because we have lots of needs. But I can see that side of it, and I understand that side of it. We are a relatively middle-class community, and we don't have that much tax revenue coming in. We have seen some growth, but I would say, out of the sake of caution, I think it would be good for us to limit data centers and use it as a by right exception, so we can get a better grasp on this and at least have some safeguards in place for the future.
Board members, anyone else?
So, Mr. Chair, I'll go next. And I'm going to come at this from two angles, and I'm probably going to make some unpopular discussion amongst the majority of the crowd. First and foremost, I financially, I'll be perfectly clear and I'll be transparent. You can FOIA into the documents. I have nothing to financially gain from one of these things coming to Amherst County. If anybody wants my little $526 check that I get each month from here, you're more than welcome to it. And because I can tell you, from the amount of homework and time that I've spent the last 3 weeks, I'm definitely giving my time back to the county right now. Furthermore, I've served this county now for greater than 38 years in some sort of capacity between this board of supervisors and volunteering and fire and EMS. So I've been personally attacked. I've been called a grifter, and he's probably tuned in, so I'm sorry he's not here tonight. And I got to give him credit, because he got me because I thought I was a pretty smart guy. But I had to look up what a grifter was, and clearly, if you guys don't know what a grifter is, please look up the definition, and that clearly proves that he doesn't know who I am. However, with that being said, there's been a lot of great discussion here tonight, and I validate and I understand everybody's concerns. I truly do. I've lived here my entire 54 years of my life, okay? And nobody cares more about this county than this fellow right here. I can assure you of that. Do I want to do or bring anything to this county that's going to cause detriment? Absolutely not. And that's why, over the course of the last 3 weeks, I have spent an exponential amount of time traveling, going to visit, doing my homework, asking the right questions, and trying to get somebody to convince me, because I went into this kind of riding the fence, to be honest with you. And so far, with all of my travels between different localities and speaking to current and past county administrators, current and past board members, citizens, adjacent property owners, farmers, you name it, because I was born and raised on a farm, right? I want to know the good, bad, and ugly. And so far, nobody has shared any earth-shattering news. And I'll be willing to share some of my information. But first, I think it's interesting. We always want to welcome citizens from other localities in here, and we have had several that have spoke tonight. But I'm going to debate some of the concerns. I retired from the city of Lynchburg, and as I've been sitting up here, I've had citizens that live or have property adjacent to the James River. Mr. Campbell lives in Old Town Madison Heights. As I've traveled through Old Town Madison Heights, we talk about the effects from these, if this becomes a reality, the impact it's going to have on the city of Lynchburg. Well, let me share what happens with Amherst County from the things across the river, okay? I've had a gentleman that just texted me that lives down off of Monacan Park Road that has property adjacent to the James River. You know what they hear? The beeping and the clanking from a bunch of rail car. Okay? Guess where that sits? City of Lynchburg. Mr. Campbell, and I'm not speaking for him, but I've traveled in Old Town Madison Heights because, again, and back in my public safety days. And he'll tell you, I think, Mr. Campbell, now, what do people in Old Town hear? They hear Griffin Pipe. They hear the concerts at the new amphitheater, which depends on if you like whoever's playing. That might benefit you because you don't have to buy a ticket, okay? But we reap the benefits or the repercussions of our neighbors from across the river. And at any point, I don't think we've ever had the city of Lynchburg come and address us in reciprocity. So I wanted to address that. It was interesting that a gentleman back there, and this is no disrespect to him, because he was providing the information and he spoke very well, but he brought up Mecklenburg County. And I thought it was very interesting because that was going to be the focus of my attention tonight. I have spent a considerable amount of time either in Mecklenburg County or speaking to previous and current leaders in Mecklenburg County. Why did I choose Mecklenburg County? Because when I look at folks, and somebody referenced to them, and it's no secret, as they referenced Microsoft County, or however the reference was earlier, it's some truth to that because Microsoft is very prevalent down there and has been now. For where I was misinformed, I thought it was within a short period of time. However, this process started 18 years ago. 18 years ago. And it started as a by right. And speaking to the former county administrator who was basically spearheading this project, he's like, Chris, we got lucky, right? But they have been nothing but great neighbors and continue to be great neighbors. But I want to address some of the concerns because, again, I have the same concerns because I wanted to know about noise, okay? I wanted to know about water. Water is very precious to us. I wanted to know about power cost. And so far, all of those scary things that we've heard was squashed based on the information I received from Mecklenburg County. Now, if anybody wants to do some homework, it's very easy to find because you can use your phone that you have and Google Mecklenburg County. Mecklenburg is much like Amherst County. They're just about 150 square miles larger than we are. Their population is much the same. A very diverse mix of a lot of agriculture. As I drove around the majority of Mecklenburg County last week, I saw beautiful soybean fields, tobacco farms, pastures, and it looked just like Amherst County. Are there data centers? Are there data center campuses? Absolutely they are. Yep. But they're in their industrial parks. And they've been very well done. So my tour guide, he was very strategic, and he didn't tell me what he was doing as far as when he toured me around the county. Because I asked all the tough questions, and he really didn't give me the answers until we started pulling onto some of these campuses. And obviously with security, we couldn't not get within the campus confines, but we could sit outside, and I got within 100 yards from what is known as the largest data center campus, from what I've been told, on the East Coast currently, until one is supposed to be finished in Northern Virginia. It sits in Mecklenburg County. And here's the things I didn't hear. These are the things that I was expecting to hear to validate some of the things that's been brought up in here, and I didn't. First, I'm going to say noise. So he strategically placed me in a backup spot beside a stone building, a pebble stone brown building. And me, I was mesmerized at what I was looking at as far as the campus, because I was focused to try to get some of this negative information. So he strategically backed up in there, rolled the windows down, and he said, "What do you hear?" And I looked around. Well, as I looked around, I looked to my left, and there was the fans blowing from a building that was owned by AT&T that was about, 10 by 20 wide. That's been there for many, many years. It was the AC units on that. I didn't hear anything from a data center. And that data center was actually under construction. I heard nothing but a dump truck when it came out. He took me to the next facility strategically, and we sat there. I was a little bit further away from that one. I would say probably 150 yards. What did I hear there? I heard some clanging, like ding, 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 ding. He's like, what do you, I was like, and I looked over, and it was the guy weed eating. It was the weed eater cord smacking against the metal fence. The only other thing I heard was the guy that was riding the zero-turn lawnmower. That's it. And he took me to the majority of all 11 campuses down there because I wanted to find out something different. There have been a lot of jobs created down there. That's somewhat of some misinformation. I respectfully disagree with the young man that came up here and spoke earlier. I understand the concerns with data centers. The whole water issue down there, they've done it right. To the point to where I wanted to prove myself wrong, so I reached out to our Service Authority director, and I wanted some information. And you know what I asked for? I asked for the top 10 water users in Amherst County in the last 12 calendar months. The information I received, which every board member sitting up here has received this information by now, I later found out that we have a mobile home park in Amherst County that uses in excess of 9 million gallons over the course of the last 12 months period of time. What I found out is this largest data center campus in Mecklenburg County used just over 1 million gallons in a month. Okay? They use closed loop systems. They use no additives for their cooling. I asked all the things that I knew what to ask at that point in time. Property values actually went up in Mecklenburg County. Sources from residents, whoever chimed in on that. The source is from the residents. You say taxes? So I thought somebody asked about taxes. So let's talk about taxes. Whoever came up here, and I can't remember, a couple of the gentlemen come up and talked about taxes. Mecklenburg County just lowered their tax rate again July 1st to 31 cents a hundred on their real estate. It was at 36. They dropped it to 31 pennies July the 1st. They cut their personal property taxes by 25%. That all impacts every one of us in this room that lives in Amherst County. They just completed, this was several years ago, and our oldest daughter that was living at home just graduated from Amherst County High School, where she played sports at the high school, and we got to go down and play at their combined middle and high school, and they just completed a $155 million middle high school several years ago. The former county administrator shared with me that they did borrow the money to do that, but never had to raise taxes. They built their first elementary school. They borrowed money, but never raised taxes. Since then, they're in the process of building 3 brand new elementary schools, and guess what? How they're paying for them? With cash. They're building a $25 million plus public safety building that he drove me by last week. They're paying cash for it. They're buying fire trucks, which we had in our budget, which we're going to have to delay. They're paying cash for it. So, no, I have said this before, and I probably said it in this form. I will never sell my soul for $1. However, every one of our citizens, including myself, we have an elected duty to make sure that we provide the core services to our people. And in my book, core services is education and public safety. That's number 1 and 2, right, to our citizens. If anybody in this room has a medical emergency, I want to make sure that when they dial 911, that the appropriate resource is going to get to them in a timely manner. And we want to make sure we're educating our kids. But I also want to offer recreational opportunities to all of our citizens, whether it's parks for our kids, whether it's dog parks, whatever it may be. And sometimes, well, I'm not going to say sometimes, it disturbs me often that we do not have the ability to create those opportunities currently. So for me, this tonight is not so much about creating a special exception or a by right. It is more of how, as someone has addressed, or numerous people have addressed, how can we slow this down a little bit? Because no disrespect to any of us up here, I do not feel like this board has done its due diligence in the course of the last 3 months to provide the correct information to provide the right path forward. Nobody up here wants to do this wrong. I feel very safe to say, and that includes me. But at the same time, as a business owner, I feel, well, it's my opinion, and I think we can validate the fact that a lot of times government needs to be run more like a business. And a lot of times we fail miserably at that. Nobody's making a profit. All right, we're not going to debate. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up my comments. I don't have a direction forward other than to ask what other options do we have? Do we have an option to pause until we can get more unbiased parties in here to provide the correct information? I agree with a lot of things that said as far as the ordinance goes, and some of the things that the Planning Commission suggested, and you had, I think you were the one that made the comment to ask Mr. Creasy to bring the original draft back. And going back and after what I'm saying, I don't think that concerns me a bunch. But I don't know what other options we have tonight other than taking a vote on the special exception, but I wanted to hear from the rest of my fellow board members.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry if it took so long, but
Ms. Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Adams, thank you. Mr. Adams has done yeoman's work over the last several weeks, and I don't know how he has managed to do what he has done, run a business and have a family and still do his board work. So thank you for that. Before I get into my comments, I just want to say one thing to start off. I don't have any conflict of interest, zero. There have been a number of people here who have alleged that, both in public and to me on social media. If you believe that to be true, I'm sitting here right now next to our county attorney. I urge you to send that complaint to him. If he finds any validity in it whatsoever, he will talk to me. But to satisfy your own curiosity, reach out to him, send a letter of complaint. I urge you to do that. So my issue with this ordinance is not whether or not we should have an ordinance directed towards data centers. Quite frankly, I believe that we should. However, it should be done out of a great deal of research and talking to subject matter experts at length. This board, I believe, should tour at least one data center that has been built in the last 5 years. We should visit a locality that is similar in makeup to Amherst County and talk to their leadership. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Instead, what we did was task the Planning Commission with the job and instructed them to remove it from a by right and make it a special exception. We have limited any business interest in this county on an issue that involves less than 1% of our land mass, which you've already heard. I know that some people don't believe that changing our M1 from by right to special exception will really stop the data centers' interest in other industries in coming to Amherst County, but I can tell you that we now have proof. There was a potential investor that was interested in Amherst County, and they have said in writing that if we move from by right to a special exemption, they're out of here. Let me finish. I listen to all of you all. You're going to listen to me. That's not because they're sneaky or they're nefarious. It's because they're a publicly held company and they have no interest in any business business uncertainty. I'm all for making sure that if we want the economic rewards that the industry brings through their investments, we do so correctly and that our infrastructure and our environment are protected. The ordinance put before us by the Planning Commission does that. It is not perfect, but we can make it better if we make a considered effort to do so. You've heard about what's possible as far as food is concerned. I got to tell you, until last week, I wasn't aware of such a thing. We've recently received an invitation from a data center local in Richmond to come and visit them. And I hope that we will do that because I'd like to see and let our board members see firsthand what it looks like and ask all the questions we want to ask. Like Mr. Adams, I have been to a data center in Haymarket. You've heard me say that my brother lives right next door to it. He's retired law enforcement. He's retired military. He's a veteran. He's also in remission from cancer. Do you really think he would live next to that? Do you think my family would allow that and support that if we thought it was harmful to his health? Absolutely not. And I know it's not always about the money, but we can't bury our head and think that money does not play a part in this. We're talking an initial investment in this county of about $62 million. Then we're talking about $15 million annually after that. We're talking about paying for a new public safety building. We're talking about investing in our parks, investing in our community. And I understand that this is a passionate issue. And believe it or not, I really do respect all the people who have come here tonight. Not just tonight, but all through these meetings that we've had. Thank you. You had to take time out of your life and your family as well, and thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Campbell.
If you'd like to go first, Mr. Chairman, if you got something, if not.
Well, I'm the only one that's been flicked off tonight, so. Whatever. Great. I mean, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head. I think it was in July that this board all sat up here and directed the planning commission 5-0 to change the ordinance for a special use permit. And why did we do that? We either did that because we thought it was the best thing, we thought it might be a way to get you off our backs for a while, but I believe in that process, and I'll tell you why. You know, someone brought it up earlier. We just had someone that wanted to add 25 dogs to a grooming facility, and they had to go through a special use permit. And how much did that cost them? And how much time did that cost them? And then someone else wanted to do a wedding venue, and they had to go through it. And then one of the gentlemen, the Airbnbs, just name it. But then a use that I admit, I don't think any of us know everything about it or enough about them to make really any informed decisions on them. But something that huge and massive and the potential to affect Amherst County in the long term, either positively or negatively, to me, I do not see an issue with having whatever the proposal is discussed in public, debated in public, right, where we can know exactly what it is we're getting. You know, there's been at least 2 of these things discussed, and I've seen no firm proposal, this is what it's going to be, right? It's going to be this big, it's going to use this much water. I haven't seen any of that, right? The ordinance that Mr. Creasy put together, I don't know where Mr. Creasy probably ran and hid, oh, there it is.
Right up front.
I want to run, no. I mean, I've written ordinances, I've read ordinances, I've seen a lot of ordinances. You know, far as ordinances go and looking at all of the things, you did an excellent job, right? You know, I'm sorry, guys, you know, we talked about it at the last meeting. I mean, we're talking about 5 feet in height, right? 65 down to 60. Other M1 uses are allowed 65, and we're going to debate over 5 feet in height. A setback of 1,000 feet, I really don't think that's reasonable, especially when you're limiting the height down to 60 or 65 feet, and the noise levels, I mean, my goodness, the noise levels are less than this, how much I've gabbled in here tonight, all right? I mean, so if all of that is in play, I think the ordinance has ample protections built in. Now, that being said, do I still think we owe it to our citizens to have the debate and public input by special use permit? Yes, I do, because it is so huge and impactful to the county. The other thing about a special use permit is that it may be, it could be approved one place where it's perfectly acceptable, but not another. 1% of M1 industrial land, guess what, guys? Guess who controls what's zoned what in the county? We're getting ready to go through a comprehensive plan update in the next year or so. If we need more industrial land, the county can create more industrial land, okay? You might not like that, but if we actually need it, the county can create it. through its comprehensive plan process, through zoning studies. I'm a firm believer not to make land use decisions based on financial considerations or impact. I just won't do it. So, you know, while everything that glitters is not gold is the saying, and you know, while it might be great to have millions of dollars in tax revenue, I've said it before and I'm not going to offend anyone, what good is having millions of dollars in tax revenue if our citizens are still on welfare because we're not creating the jobs and the opportunities that we need to for them? So I support the ordinance as it's written, and that's my comments.
Mr. Martin, I'd like to say one more thing, and I thank you for your comments. But I respectfully ask that we table this issue and commit as a board to educate ourselves, have a workshop among ourselves, and make this ordinance one that allows Amherst to prosper while protecting those things sacred to us. That's my request.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Was it? I would have hoped we could have had Mr. Campbell's comments, but there's a motion on the floor. So is there any discussion on the motion to table this?
Ms. Tucker, would you allow Mr., because he's the only one who has not spoken?
Absolutely, I welcome that.
Yeah, can we do that, please? Because I think it's just only fair for all of us.
Absolutely, yes.
I can go after the motion.
Now, if you're agreeable to that, Mr. Campbell, can you have comments? We'd love to hear them, please.
I won't be long. I'm quite a bit tired. I'm older than most people up here, and I haven't had my nap. So I'll be short. A young lady stood up here a few meetings ago, and she said she didn't know how I stood on data centers. I'm neither for them or against them. I am particularly against them being a by right. When I got elected, I came here, and that was one of the things I discussed with staff, how to make it a special exception use. And early in the year, I had asked this to be placed on an agenda for future conversations of making it so. And as Mr. Martin says, we all voted to have the Planning Commission make it a special exception use. Through this process, I mean, as of yesterday, I spent, and I can show you my phone, I've spent 8 hours on the telephone, which is a life record for me. I've never spent 8 hours, probably in a week, on a telephone, and trying to find as many avenues as I could to make everyone happy, make everything work. I reached out to every board member, a ton of staff, our Service Authority Board, trying to get as much information I could last minute. And a moratorium would have been good. We could have put this thing on hold for as long as it took for all of this board to go and get all the information that we need, all the information that would have been helpful in making the best decisions we could today. But the special exception is before us tonight, and I believe that, unlike some people, I feel like it's not a all or nothing. I think this will give us the time, the opportunity, if my board members are willing to sit down, have the discussion in a work session going, after this meeting, of course, where we can sit down and we can reevaluate data centers in Amherst County, the impact and everything, and bring in all the experts and, again, get valid information so that even though this may not be the perfect ordinance for Amherst County, we can possibly work towards some. Through this process, I want to say I've met Mr. Patel, and I believe he's a really good man. And if I was going to support a data center, I think Mr. Patel would have my vote. And everyone has valid comments and everything, but this board knows even if a data center were to be approved, it still has to go through the Service Authority Board. And at this moment, there's no assurity that anybody would get the water that they would need for a data center or approval for any request of that. So, Mr. Chairman, Board, I appreciate the time, and that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Ms. Tucker. I believe it's to table this item.
Well, it was more than that, that we table the issue and commit as a body to educate, have a workshop, educate ourselves, and make this ordinance one that allows Amherst to prosper while protecting those things sacred to us. That doesn't mean table it forever, it just means table it for the time it takes us to do that. And Mr. Chairman, if you want to put a time limit on that, feel free.
Mr. Creasy? Have there been any submittals for data centers?
We received a site plan today for a data center. Through the portal, staff has not reviewed anything, but the application was titled as such.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to set a time frame, Board?
Mr. Chair, can I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
It'll be brief. I'm going to direct this to the county attorney. Mr. Popovich, if this board chooses to table this until we have time to do due diligence, and I am not in favor of belaboring this a lengthy period of time. Actually, if I had my say, it would be 30 days or less. Can we do anything aside from what Mr. Creasy approached us with? Is there anything we can do within, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, if it is 30 days, to take no other action on anything else that may come before our administration?
Because your current ordinance already says that a data center is a by right use, and that's on the books, there's nothing legally that can allow this board to suspend the process as it's currently written in the ordinance. The General Assembly specifically has authorized this board to take legislative actions to create zoning ordinance requirements, restrictions, but it also prohibits certain things, and so does the Dillon Rule. And because there is no specific reference in the enabling legislation that would allow a local governing body to put a moratorium or stay certain actions, there isn't any legal authority to do it. Now, I know that we've heard people complain that, you know, it's being done elsewhere, other localities have done it, other states have done it. Just because another locality in Virginia has done it doesn't make it right. And just because, and another state doing it has no application here. But that's what the current state of the law is. So quite frankly, if you table this, doesn't matter for how long, if something comes in, we have to follow the processes that we already have established. And so therefore, those are the only time limits available to us in which to act, because if we don't act, then they are deemed by right approved, right? I mean, so it's, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So you either adopt the ordinance as currently presented in order to at least create some level of stopgaps, or you table it, do as quickly a job as you possibly can to learn as much as you possibly can, make revisions, and then adopt it, and just kind of hope that more data center applications don't come flying in the door.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think, like you, I'd like to echo what you said. You know, this has been a process we went through thoroughly through the planning commission. They brought the ordinance before us. It's an ordinance that I would like to see more strict, but I'm willing to support because it gives the county and the people of this county the ability to speak out and have their voice heard in front of this board, and everything is out in the open. People know what they're getting. We know what we're getting into, and we can make sure we have the infrastructure to support this. You know, if revisions need to be made in the future, so be it. But 30 days to come back with something, I mean, that's like, you know, working a job and meeting twice a month and doing all, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with that. It would take longer to go through that process. So I would support that. I know there's a motion on the table. I don't
There's a
support
motion
the
on
motion.
on the floor, Mr. Chairman. You asked the attorney a question.
Mr. Adams asked the attorney a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, I think we'll proceed to the vote. So the motion is to table this for to get more information, all right? But you didn't set a time frame.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that I know that you're going to be out for a meeting next month, I believe, and I want to make sure that everyone is here for this very important vote.
I'm actually going to be having rotator cuff surgery.
I was going to say your HIPAA protected
It
stuff.
doesn't matter to me. I'd rather sit through another meeting just like this than to have rotator cuff surgery. So, and that says a lot.
That says a lot.
But I'm just kidding. So, so do you want to set a time frame on it? So we have a meeting on the 1st of September and on the 15th. And I will be out of the 15th. I'm pretty sure I could make, so the next one is October, right?
Can we set it for that one?
But we can also actually call special meetings.
Correct.
We could.
So if you want to call a special meeting either before the 15th or right after the 15th, that's fine.
When do you think that you would be able to sit here?
Probably in a week. Probably a week after the 15th.
I mean, why don't we set it according to your schedule?
I mean, that's fine. I know, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to support the motion, but I appreciate that. So the motion is a week after the 15th. All right? There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All
Nay.
those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I vote nay. The motion fails. All right, so where are we at?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve ordinance 2026-6 as presented.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Pugh. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Those opposed,
Nay.
Nay.
motion passes 3-2. Moving on to the consent agenda. Board, there are several things on here. Is there any item on the consent agenda you'd like to remove? If not, is there a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Pugh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed? Moving on to new business. Fiscal year 27 fair and CSA budget adoption. Ms. Morgan. Ms. Morgan?
She's trying.
Okay.
Good evening. If you recall at the July meeting, I asked the board to go back and adopt several amended budgets for the FY26 budget. These included budgets that has historically not been formally approved or appropriated as part of the county budget. These funds were primarily pass-through funds for additional state and activity funds that we needed to adopt and appropriate in order to spend. At the time I was doing the FY27 budget, I did also miss the fair and CSA budget for FY27. So tonight I'm coming before you with a resolution to approve the fair and CSA budget for FY27. Both of these budgets include what was already approved in the FY27 county general fund budget for both portions of the fair and the CSA budget. But what needs to be approved tonight is appropriations for state and pass-through funds, such as the vendor fees and the ticket sales from the fair. So nothing is being requested tonight from the reserves or the general fund that was already adopted as part of the original general fund budget. I'm simply asking for a formal approval and appropriation of the two funds tonight.
Board, is there any questions for Ms. Morgan? Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Adams. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Is there,
I didn't chime in, but I'm, aye.
Mr. Tucker, did you vote?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody aye, very good. Motion passes. MOA, thank you, Ms. Morgan. Memorandum of Understanding County Schools in Kilgore Park. Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir. This is actually a fairly simple agreement. The schools have reached out to us about holding cross-country practice and some agricultural activities across from the Amherst County High School with the property that Amherst County owns. We intend to, as you know, designate that property as a park. We put a simple, Mr. Popovich helped put a simple memorandum of agreement together between the schools and the county to just make it clear on the usage of that property. That we wanted to formalize something. The schools are looking forward to using the property. They intend to take their bush hog over and help bush hog some trails and do it for the high school. So that's what's before you tonight is to approve an agreement between Amherst County and Amherst County Public Schools.
Board, is there any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, insurance. It says that Amherst County Public Schools shall solely be responsible for any personal liability coverages they may relate to the student runners utilizing the property. Would that insurance also cover school staff that maintains the property?
Yes, it does. I just wanted to be clear about who handled the students.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board direct the county administrator to sign the memorandum of agreement as presented.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Pugh. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Brown Edwards audit discussion. Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir. At the last meeting, we reported to you that the Brown Edwards was going to be on site to begin the FY25 audit. They came the very next day. Following the initial review of the county's financial records, reports, and supporting documentation, Brown Edwards determined that the additional assistance is needed to complete the audit process. Brown Edwards has proposed an alternative approach under which one of its team members could assist the county with the necessary pre-audit work to prepare the financial records for audit. If this approach is pursued, the county would then need to contract with another qualified auditing firm to conduct the actual FY25 financial statement audit. John Aldridge is here with Brown Edwards tonight to explain their findings, provide additional information regarding the proposed approach, and answer questions from the board. The staff is requesting that the board authorize the county administrator to sign the attached agreement.
Good to see you all tonight. Just to give you a little background, our team came out approximately a month ago to start the audit for 25. We were told the information was ready. Shortly after coming and working with staff, we realized there were still significant differences between certain records, meaning the cash accounts weren't reconciled. You had gone through a software conversion where a lot of the beginning balances weren't brought over correctly. So as a result, we ended up having to talk with management and said, look, the amount of work it's going to require for us to come in here and clean up, we're not going to be independent anymore. We'd basically be auditing our own work. So either we step back away and you get somebody to come in and clean the records up, or we serve as the cleanup team and help you get ready for the audit and have another firm then come in and serve as your auditors. What we have proposed to the county is simply this. We would do that for 25, and we would also do that for 26. And the thought being is we get you guys back on track, you get everything timely. We would work with your staff from a training standpoint, give them information, help them there. And again, the goal to get you back to where you were before and things being done on time. So that's kind of the big picture of where we were. You know, you guys had I don't want to say a perfect storm, but you really did. You had a whole new software conversion that, quite frankly, I'm not sure if went according to plan like it should have. And then also you had a change in personnel and brought in new personnel who were not here when that software came in. So as a result, that's kind of delayed things. We're proposing giving you a staff that's a seasoned person. I've committed at least 10 weeks of her time, and I can get more as needed. But she will be here on site working with your staff during this process.
Board, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I've got hundreds of questions, but as I stated, I'm tired. Sir, I heard you say that you found a cash reconciliation. Can you go and go over that again?
Yeah, so exactly, this is what you have. You've got the treasurer reporting cash at a certain amount. You've got a financial system that has supposed to be the correct cash balance. The two don't jive. They don't match, okay? So there's concern there. Why does the accounting system that we just implemented not match up with the treasurer's got on her books? So it's a lot of that is getting back, okay, do we have transactions that weren't put in the new system? We don't know. So that's what our staff is going to have to do, is start to dig in and say, okay, what's missing here? What has not been posted? And get it to the right answer.
And you said you've got one person committed to doing this.
I've got one person committed to you all for that time. I can bring more as needed. The problem being is this is the peak season for municipal auditors, like all the governments in Virginia are going right now. So I've got 20 or more staff that this is all they do, but they're already earmarked for other projects. When we get 25 done, let's say we get 25 done in the next couple months or so, hopefully, when we get to December, my schedule opens up quite a bit, and I have more people to throw at this project.
Now, next question is from Mr. Bryan. Isn't this what we had Margaret Lindsay doing?
Ms. Lindsay was doing a lot of the cash reconciliation when we met with her and Brown Edwards, their team, and all of our team. We realized this was a bigger issue than she even realized in terms of what was not in, and I'll use software terms. RDA is our software system that the previous finance director and the previous county administrator selected, and so we're working from really. There's almost 3 systems if you include the school system. It's our BAI Bright system, which is what the treasurer and the commissioner are on. It's the RDA system, which our finance director and finance department is on. And the school system has a third system called, I believe it's Alios. And so we're working in 3 different systems, and Margaret Lindsay was helping us with our reconciliations, but didn't get to this full extent.
And I heard you talk about the RDA system and having new staff and everything. So what you're proposing, you're going to get all that fixed.
We're going to get your balances to the point where they can be audited. I'm not going to get in there 100% and fix your system.
Okay.
But I'm going to get your balances to what using every tool we have to get you to the right balance. We're going to then work with RDA. My understanding is your staff have tried to get help from RDA, sometimes not being forthright as they should coming out here. Again, don't know the whole backstory. But at the end of the day, we're going to be able to work with your staff and say, okay, here are the balances at June 30th, 25.
I had a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frank.
Again, Mr. Bryant, you have been in contact with RDA.
Yes, sir.
what is the outcome of
They're
that?
coming out here next week on August the 25th and August the 26th and the 27th.
Okay.
So we have one of their lead guys coming out here. They're coming from, I believe, Georgia to spend a day and a half with Tracy and in her office.
And I hope they're not charging us for that.
Ms. Vire, it's a small amount, but we have negotiated that with them. That was part of the contract. We looked at the contract. We had our contract division manager.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Mr. Ken.
Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Mr. Tucker.
I do have a question. How much experience do you have with RDA?
We were going through our firm, and off the top of my head, I'm not sure of any other clients that are using it.
But there's a reason for that.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I would have to go back and look and poll my team, but I can't recall, again, off the top of my head, of a client using that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
You, Mr. Adams.
Mr. P, you got anything?
No, it's pretty frustrating knowing that the amount of money that was used to implement the RDA and to buy the program software and to still have these problems. It's just, anyway, very, very frustrating. Because we were on the Bright system before, and the Bright system's outdated, such and such, and we had this big push by, people that aren't here anymore to implement RDA. And now we're still dealing with those ramifications several years, 4 or 5 years later. So, and it's just a tough spot to be in, I suppose.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to finish kicking this hornet's nest. First and foremost, I think we're overdue in making sure that we address in public to support our current finance team, Treasurer's Office, Commissioner of Revenue, and even the assistance that we've gotten from the school system's finance staff. In no way, shape, or form do I want the perception to be the problems that we're enduring is because of our current staff. Because that is not the case. And I have gone in and seen Tracy, who I know is very competent, because that's why we hired her, and having that look of emptiness and I don't know what the heck to do, that is not good, right? So for the fact of supporting our staff, that is paramount. Mr. Aldridge, I appreciate your candidness. And Mr. Pugh, I appreciate your comments because we are dealing with the repercussions of this RDA. I have had heartburn about this from the get-go. I inherited this, as many of us in this room have inherited this, and there's no way to turn around. Because I understand from your suggestions is we do nothing, we don't look to bail at this point in time, correct? Try to fix what we have, but when we, and I'm going to say we as a board, thought it was the right suggestion to try to get all departments on RDA, but that's not the answer. It's like the old saying goes, if you find yourself digging your hole, somebody's got to take your dadgum shovel away from you, right? So at least I feel, Mr. Bryant, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have stopped any further work to try to get the Commissioner of Revenue and the Treasurer's Office on RDA, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So, for a point of clarity, because I somewhat misunderstood this, and this is probably my ignorance, from a timing standpoint, when you guys come in, you feel like you can have us ready to go for the second party to come in to start the audit by late October?
I doubt it's that soon, but as fast as we can. I hate to, we've just kind of kicked the tires a little bit, and the stuff we're seeing is it's going to be a lot of labor, just to be real frank. So I'm kind of scared of what I don't know yet.
Absolutely.
And so
are we.
Yeah. So a few weeks ago we met with the treasurer. She was great. I think everybody's in the same. They want to get this in the right direction. I'll feel better. My person, again, if approved, is lined up to come, I think, next Monday to start this process. And as we go through this, we'll find out a lot, I believe, in the first week alone.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I want to echo Mr. Adams' comments about our staff. You know, Miss Morgan, I know you take this very seriously, and I've seen the pain and concern on your face, and we appreciate you being here and doing what you're doing, right? My question is how confident are you that you can get us to a place where we need to be to get our audit done? I mean, we've got a government to run, right? And we've got a whole capital improvement program, the majority of which can't move forward because we can't get an audit, so we can't go to the bond market or whatever we're gonna do, right? Can't do it. So how confident are you in that? I mean, because what I don't want to do is, you know, we put forth more money into this and then we're still in the same place.
Right. No, sir, that's a very valid question. I'll tell you this, our credentials speak for themselves. We do governments all through the Commonwealth. We're probably your best choice, quite frankly, to come in and do this because we know governments, we know what it takes. You know, we're going to be up front with you guys as we go. We're going to have to require a lot of help from Ms. Morgan and her staff, just pulling stuff together. And that's the challenge because, again, she wasn't here for the year that we're looking to audit. Quite frankly, not a lot of people were in the finance, and that makes it tough. But I can assure you, you will get our best efforts. There's no better firm, I would say, to do this than us. And
I'm not disputing that.
Right.
My next question is the audit firm. Their name is?
Robinson Farmer Cox.
Robinson Farmer Cox. Are we already contracting with them to be able to do the actual audits?
Yes, sir.
And the Miss Lindsay, right? Is it, who's the part-time, who is it?
Margaret Lindsay.
Margaret Lindsay. Is she still available to help you, or is she?
Lean on John to answer a little bit of that. I know that John and Miss Lindsay have spoken, and they've kind of went back and forth over what Miss Lindsay has done and her findings since she's been here as well. I know that John had asked her to finish up what she was working on as far as fund balances and some of the reconciliations since she had started, but I'm not sure at what point John needs to cut her loose.
no, she had started quite a few things, and we thought there's no sense of us paying us to do something she'd already started. So she was able to finish a couple of the projects that would help us tremendously, quite frankly, some of the things she got done already. So I think she's kind of wrapped up everything she had going. So I think it was a good cutoff. Again, my understanding with her is their resources are fairly limited as well. You know, I would love to have another resource to bring in here as we could if she had some capacity. But my understanding is I think she finished everything she was on and she's assigned some other projects.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair. And Tracy, don't go nowhere. I'm not sure if this is a question for you or Tracy or who it's going to be, but per state code, isn't it outlined when we are supposed to have audits completed? All right, so that's going to be the segue into my next question. Who is going to be responsible to report to the state about our current position and that we're working to take corrective action to get them what they need to where it doesn't impact us? Is that going to be you guys? Is that going to be you, or is that going to be Robinson Farmer Cox?
So actually, the APA has already reached out on several occasions through emails asking for status updates, and they have received status updates from myself as far as where we're at. They've actually received memos that I've sent you all on finance updates through the year, and right now they seem satisfied with that. They understand that we went through a system conversion, and as Mr. Aldridge says, they kind of, you know, I assume are used to that from the response I got, and so as long as they're getting updates.
Okay.
Right, and your other question, as far as the due date, The due date for a local government in Virginia is December 15th.
Right.
So that's, and it used to be November 30th, and they moved it back to December 15th. So that's the thing you want to get caught up on and get back on that calendar.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question. This is to the county attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Popovich, do we have any recourse with the former software company or the company because they have failed to allow us to produce our financials that we need to do and the system just doesn't work?
Well, obviously, I have not personally looked at the contract, and I know Mr. Bryant has, but if there are any guarantees in that contract that they had made that certain things would happen and would work, we certainly can take legal recourse. I'm not sure what you would necessarily get out of it, except maybe some financial damages, because they may not actually fix the problem. Because if up to this point they have struggled to fix the problems, I'm not sure.
I'll take a refund on the money we spent.
I mean, we can certainly look to see if we can take any legal recourse.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I got a question for Mr. Bryant based on Mr. Adams' comment. So have we selected an auditing firm for that 25 audit?
We've been working with Robinson Farmer Cox to wrap up 25 and 26.
Okay.
As you know, we put a committee together. The committee recommended Robinson Farmer Cox.
I didn't know.
Yes, sir. We recommended Robinson Farmer Cox. We've also then reached out to them after we've come up with this plan to hire potentially Brown Edwards to do this work. And then we reached back out because Robinson Farmer Cox was going to start at the FY26 year. Now we're asking them to start at the FY25, and so they've agreed to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And if I might mention, we work with them at some other clients where we do the exact same thing, where we come in and get the client ready, and then they end up doing the audit. So it's at least 2 or 3 other clients we're doing this for.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
so they are familiar, you guys work, you kind of work with each other so because they're familiar with your work, it's no conflict of them having to, okay.
End of the day, the key thing is they still are Amherst County's financial statements. They're not Brown Edwards. So you guys own it. That's the big thing. And the thing that'll make it handy for you all, we'll organize things and get it to them in a format they're probably used to seeing and make it a little more efficient on that side.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, as much as it pains me, unfortunately, I don't think we have any other choice but to proceed with this to where we can get these items corrected. So with that being said, I make the motion to authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement with Brown Edwards as attached and not to exceed $100,000.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Adams. Is there any discussion on that motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to purchase of capital items. Ms. Morgan?
At the last meeting, I also brought a resolution to you that was a reimbursement financing resolution where we would be able to reimburse ourselves for purchases made now through financing in the future. Based on the information that you have just heard, the financing is more than likely not to take place this fiscal year. Therefore, I'm not coming back to you with the resolution for the refinancing, for the financing tonight. What I am coming to you for is an approval for cash purchases of the items that were mentioned last meeting. Those items do include the landfill roll-off truck for a savings of $80,000, the sheriff's patrol vehicles that include outfitting, the sheriff's body cameras, and the public safety equipment. Those 4 items in total with the sheriff's outfitting of the vehicles are a total of $1,182,000. Originally, in the capital improvements budget for the cash part of the capital improvements, $1,192,000 was budgeted for cash purchases. Part of the county's financial policy is that any movement of money between capital project improvements has to be approved by the board. So essentially tonight, what we're asking you to do is to reallocate the cash funding and the finances that were approved in the budget.
What I heard you say, and what I didn't want to hear you say, is that the rest of the capital probably wouldn't occur this fiscal year.
Correct.
That's July 1 of 2027.
Correct.
Everything else is delayed.
That would be the recommendation as of now, yes, sir.
Okay. It's not your fault.
If it makes you feel any better, because I went and spent some quality time with Tracy today trying to understand this. If we can't borrow the money until an audit's done.
I understand.
Right? And if we're looking at potentially March before it's gonna be completed, that only leaves us 3.5 to 4 months,
I understand it.
right? So that's the only thing it gives me, I'm not gonna even say comfort, but just a sense of, we have no control.
I understand
Right.
it too. Yep. Again, no blame, no upset, no nothing for you.
Thank you.
Not you. At all.
Ms. Morgan, I think it's important to also, because just as you and I talked through today, just for public transparency there. So also, we had set aside, what was it, $850?
About $875,000 was budgeted for what would have been the financing payment for this year. Under the perfect world, we would have expected to do the financing July 1, which meant we still would have had a debt payment in this fiscal year for that financing. So that financing debt payment for this year on these capital items was right at $875,000. So technically, between the cash budget and the debt payment that was allocated in the budget itself, you're looking at almost $2 million that was associated in the budget with this financing that would not take place.
But now we will not be touching the 875.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't mind. I was struggling with even voting for this tonight from a business aspect because I felt like we were basically writing checks at our butt king cash. However, once I went in and spent time with Ms. Morgan today and she explained this, and we already had this 1.192 budgeted, and to kind of support what I said earlier, we have to continue to operate our core services, and to keep our police officers safe. So, with that being said.
Mr. Chairman, before he makes this motion.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Ms. Morgan, I'm not going to ask you how much money we got in the bank tonight. But I will ask you, do we have any unexpected expenses other than this in the last 2 months?
No, sir. We have not made any other commitments regarding what was approved for capital purchases.
Not just capital, okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No surprises is what you're getting at.
That's right.
I would say, I'm just gonna say it, I would hope that all of our departments would not go out and sign any more contracts until they speak to finance. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I understand that's put us in part of this situation, right? So, Mr. Adams, were you gonna make a motion?
I was, but I think to add on to what you just said, Mr. Bryant, you've given your staff a directive that only essential spending is to take place, correct?
We have a meeting tomorrow at 11
Oh,
a.m.
so I let the cat out the bag early.
A
Well,
little bit.
I'm sorry I stole your thunder, my friend. So they can hate me instead of hate you, all right? All right, and I'll get to the second part of that here in just a little bit, but back to my motion. Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion that I move to approve to change the funding sources for the purchase of the 4 requested capital items and purchase these items through the cash rather than financing in the current year's budget. That's my motion.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Adams. Is there any discussion on that? Not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Morgan.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
County Administrator's Report, Boards and Commissions, Mr. Bryant.
Yes, sir. At your last meeting, you interviewed 3 different applicants for the library board positions. We did later find out that one of the applicants was not in this district. So at this time, there are, again, you interviewed all of them. We only had three members here. All 5 are here tonight. Mrs. Glover and Mrs. Rogers were 2 people that Ms. Rogers is here tonight. Mrs. Glover could not be with us tonight. So it's at your pleasure, board.
My understanding, this is a District 2.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tucker, do you have?
Oh, we had that interview, okay. But I'm sorry I missed the interview.
You did.
And both of these people are great. And then Ms. Rogers and then Ms. Glover. Is there any input from board members on that?
I'm just trying to do a process of elimination for Ms. Rogers, because I wasn't here either. And I'm thinking, yes, I narrowed it down to you. So I just want to put a face with a name, so.
You know, I mean, all of them were good. Of course, Ms. Rogers' resume is very good. She's a teacher, educator. I like Ms. Glover as well. One thing with Ms. Glover was she has a child with special needs. She homeschools her children, and I thought maybe she brought a different aspect to the library board that we currently don't have on it. And that was my take on the 2 individuals.
Any other input?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I just have a question. One was eliminated because of,
Not living in District 2.
is that the one that was on the?
Campbell County Board.
Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. Just trying to refresh my memory here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
All right, then I'm going to make a motion that we appoint Ms. Rogers to the library board.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Ms. Tucker. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Congratulations, Ms. Rogers. Moving on to the county attorney's report, Mr. Popovich.
I have nothing here.
Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Liaison and committee reports. Guess what? Parks and Rec, Tom Martin. Been having some problems with alcohol and marijuana at Mill Creek, and imagine that.
Imagine that.
Sheriff Ayers is working with the Parks and Rec Board about making sure everyone knows that marijuana is prohibited up there, and they're going to do some other things. I think this was brought up at a past board meeting, but dealing with the problem of high-speed electric motorboats on the lakes, and they're creating wakes and causing a lot of problems. The Recreation Advisory Board has interpreted electric motors to only mean trolling motors and has directed staff to implement a policy allowing trolling motors only. Working on renaming a ball field for John Mann and also the Coolwell Community Room for JoJo Alcock. A lot of activities coming up as far as sports. Youth soccer, I believe, basketball. It's just a lot of things going on in Parks and Rec, and unfortunately, this great civic clerk software didn't save all of my notes, but our Parks and Rec department's doing a lot of wonderful things, so thank you. Next is Ms. Tucker, Agricultural Committee.
At the last Ag Committee, they released the new fair poster. I don't know if anyone's seen it yet. It's different than what we've had in the past, but it's very, very nice. So that was exciting. And we talked a lot about the shows that we're going to have at the fair, the exhibits we're going to have at the fair, citizen participation, and we decided that because our homemaking, our housekeeping and things like that, the pies, the preserves, everything that's submitted there, crochet, sewing, has become such a big hit, and we've had to get a bigger tent. We've also had people express interest from outside of Amherst County. And so we've now decided to let people outside of Amherst County participate in that, which I think making it a regional approach is a good idea. So we're very excited about that. Our ag resource listing continues to grow. That will go on eventually go on our county website. So if somebody needs to know a resource that people here have approved of, as far as like building a fence, they can go to that and get that information. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Okay, we are back to citizen comment. Let me remind you, we're not talking about data centers, and we're not talking about marijuana and vapes, or dog kennels, or any of that.
Rosie's.
I ain't saying it. Huh?
Please state your name
See, I
and
asked Claudia
district.
to do something.
Toby Thurston, District 1, and I know it's late, so I will be quick. Each meeting, I come up and talk about unity in our county, so I wanted to share a tangible way for our community to do that. Ms. Tucker just shared the fair is in a few weeks, and it is a fun weekend to bring our community together. But we cannot do it without our volunteers. The room is emptied, but I know that there are still a lot of people watching online. So my challenge is to go on the website, sign up to volunteer. I'm the volunteer coordinator. They can find me, but it really is a great community event, and we can't do it without volunteers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Hearing and seeing none, citizen comment is closed. We now move on to matters from members of the board. Ms. Tucker.
I don't have anything.
Campbell?
Mr. Campbell may.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Mr. Chairman, I have a few things. In past meeting, I think I brought up early payment for taxes as being a discussion we need to look at. At this moment, I want to put that on a hold because we've got some other things to do, and you know, we may look at it possibly dropping a tax rate one day, and that might be better for the citizens than early payment right now. But I don't want to do away with it, but I think it'd be a good tool to help people out in the county sometime. The other thing is, normally I don't like to bring attention to anything that affects my household in the county, but it's not fair to a lot of my neighbors. And one neighbor in particular has been asking me for some relief. But we have quite a bit of speeders, motorcycles, loud motorcycles are racing up and down the neighborhood. We're in a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone. And, 60, 65, I think is a little excessive. Across my house, I have a nice straightaway, and you can get one going pretty quickly when you try coming up through there. And it's not just motorcycles, it's cars as well. And in the past, I've sent Mr. Bryant some information. I think VDOT allows a locality to adopt this, I don't even remember what it's called. But I think the first thing is in there is the board would have to request for the locality's sheriff or law enforcement to go down and do some, maybe like a little monitoring of the speed and everything. And I don't know if it involves a report. I can't remember. It's been held probably over a year ago once I sent that information. But going for now, I would like, at least to let the law enforcement be aware of what's going on and possibly have someone look to be sitting there and maybe preventing or, someone from not trying to make a drag strip out of our street. There's a lot of children down there, and there's no way these kids, they run stop signs on their bicycles, and we can't, you're not going to stop one of these high-speed vehicles when a kid runs out in front of you. So let's try to prevent some of these things from happening and let's slow these people down. The other thing, Ms. Tucker put together a resolution, and I thought it was written quite well. I was impressed, but it kind of addresses our seniors that comes up to these board. Could you pass him down, Mr. Pugh? Addresses our seniors coming to these board meetings and speaking, and we have some in particular that comes up here that they do their research. They take the time, and some of these people have given to Amherst County for years, and I think something like this would be a neat thing to give to our seniors, allow them just a little extra time. I mean, up with the chairman's discretion, of course. But just look at it and see what you think, and we can discuss this at a future meeting. If the board wants to proceed with something like this, maybe we can put it in the form of a county resolution. Good job, Ms. Tucker.
I didn't get the comedic relief I was expecting.
Yeah, right?
Well, I mean, what were you looking for?
So I see you'll qualify.
I think it's a great idea. Frank and I talked about this morning. I said, well, I think I can write that up.
You said she would qualify?
Yes.
Huh?
I said she may, well, never mind.
I heard that.
So how much longer do they get?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's wonderful. Can we put it on the next
Well,
agenda?
thank you, Mr. Martin.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, because, it's hard being the man with the gavel.
Tonight, I've been in the,
I mean,
I've feared for my life a few
I'm
times,
sure
Mr.
people
Martin.
think I'm a huge jerk, but you gotta keep the meeting running.
I could not agree more. And you make sure you looking at my whatever it is they say I am.
I have nothing.
Mr. Adams.
I need to be redeemed.
All right, I've got two things, but they're gonna be really quick. Mr. Bryant, and I want the input from the other board members, but in my opinion, if he's gonna deliver that message to the schools, to the county staff tomorrow, I know we can't control what the school board does, but I think we need to, at a minimum, deliver that same message to the school board as far as what the county's doing.
I agree. I think
far
it
as
should be.
unnecessary funding.
I think it should be delivered to constitutional school board across countywide.
Correct. Agreed.
Thank you, Mr.
Agreed. The only other thing I have, Mr. Bryant, is I had a citizen email me earlier today, actually late this afternoon, about the Pleasant View Historic District, and advised me that the meeting got changed to 4 p.m. on Thursday. And unfortunately, I will not be there because I have to be at the CVPDC meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was throwing daggers at Mr. Campbell.
Anything else, Mr. Adams?
No. So if you could, he was just inquiring, it was Mr. Eubank, was inquiring if we know anything further about the historic district designation. So if we can find out any information, then you can either let me know and I can call Mr. Eubank, or I can give you the point of contact. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Again, September 15th, I'll be out that meeting. Mr. Campbell, I would hope that to get some speed enforcement down in your neighborhood doesn't take any major action by this board. So, Major Bagley, can y'all look into that, please? We appreciate that. Is that okay, Mr. King?
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Other than that, I have nothing. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, motion on the floor to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. We stand adjourned.